Yeah, it looks like it at the moment. It's Wellington, so expect a wee bit of wind as well. It's probably decent prep for us to have a wee bit of grease on the ground this morning.
What's been the focus in the last couple of days of training as you build into this test match?
Black standards, our reviews, making sure we're thorough in our review process and we can get the best out of the growth opportunities.
The Springboks named their team last night. Have you had a chance to look at it, and were there any surprises for you?
In some ways, yes, with some of the experience that they have at 10, 12 and 13. In other ways, those guys have been playing well this year, and so we have to prepare for everything really, and we also really concentrate on ourselves.
Does it change what you look at in preparation for this week?
Yeah, it does. You have to make sure you're clear on specifics and left footers and right footers and general tendencies, so we'll make those adjustments.
Tommy, a different goal kicker used on the weekend. Can you just explain the process of how the All Blacks usually decide who's going to kick in a test match?
Yeah, I think Baz just had a wee bit of a niggle in the knee, and then so Geordie stepped up, but you see there 4 or 5 of them all getting their reps, and a pretty consistent process during the week, but that's what that was.
Do you usually leave it up to the players to decide, or what do the coaches say? Look,
no, more often, yeah. More often that's the case, but it's pretty consistent around who's starting the game, and then especially at 10, and then who'll be kicking to start the game, and the adjustments as HIAs and other bits come into it.
And Lester Whanganuku's second week in camp, how has he changed as a rugby player since his time in France? And do the All Blacks see him as a centre or a wing, or someone who could cover both?
He's goal kicking as well.
Well, he used to goal kick for Nelson College actually back in the day.
That's good to have Lester back. Yeah, we've watched him closely. Obviously, he's still got the ability to break tackles and get his arms through. So he's been in here 2 weeks now. So yeah, it's good to have him back in the environment.
Has he is he up to speed now with the game plan enough that he could be available for selection, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, that's why he's here, and then that's why it's our job to make sure he's up to the game plan. Everyone that's here with us is across their detail.
Has he returned a different player, do you think?
I think time will tell. He's still got the same confidence and the same swagger that he left with. So that's great to see. It's still Lester. He's great to have in the environment.
You mentioned the black standard and getting to that this week. Have you noticed the response from the players in the first couple of days of this week?
Yeah, I think each week there's a response. We're well led in the strength and conditioning department around how much load's appropriate and make sure we're right on the right days, and it's Tuesday at the moment, so the players have been really owning the areas where we feel like we can grow, and it's been consistent.
Touched on Rassie before. He said he could see the DNA Wayne Smith was giving this team, and also he thought Richie McCaw was in camp last week, the way the breakdown was happening. Was he in camp, and how impressed were you with the team at the breakdown?
Yeah, I think we got the height right and the intent for sure. I don't think Rico is in camp, but he's an All Black legend, so he's always in camp, if you know what I mean.
So he was in touch with the players and up and out?
I think you'd have to ask the players. No, he wasn't at training specifically, but as I said, his legacy lives on, and real intent around that breakdown, shows that boys care about that legacy.
Just on him, Razor mentioned yesterday, still awaiting some results. Is there any further clarity around his injury?
Not at the moment. He's not with us currently. He's taken a decent knock, so it's a real shame for him. He started the test with a hiss and a roar, and but not as yet.
Just on South Africa, how do you? I know you guys don't prepare differently to the opposition, but how do you prepare to a team that's quite a lot of unknowns in terms of their backline in particular?
We do our due diligence around who's playing, and making sure the tendencies and what's actual different. We're across that. At the same time, it's important that in a 3-day training week you focus on yourselves and what you're going to do and where your growth is.
Do you believe they'll stay the same lineup?
I'm not sure. I mean, confirm it once the boys run out, but we'll have to be prepared for anything.
And twice now, Damien's been called in quite early in tests, and I know against France he wasn't. Then backing up in 15 for the following test. But the way he performed, is there a temptation there to start him at fullback against South Africa and have those dual playmakers?
I think there always is. It's Damien McKenzie. If coached against him in the past, you know how lethal he can be. So it's great to see him step up early and come on and play the way he did.
Just on the halfbacks, Noah and Cortez, back training, but where are they at in terms of the week and possibility of being available?
Yeah, the halfbacks, they're super energetic. They're trying to get into everything, so it's a matter of controlling their load and making sure they're right at the right time of the week. But it's great to see them both back up on their feet.
All right, we can pull in Quinn if that's all right, team.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the terms.
Yeah.
Thanks, Zina. Thanks, Damien. Damien, if we can start with you. Obviously, starting, I know you've played inside centre before, quite a bit. Starting at inside centre in against the All Blacks, talk to us about your expectations.
Yeah, we expect obviously a very physical rugby game. That's always been what you can expect from the All Blacks. And then obviously, I think it's going to be a test match of close and small margins. Again, I think last week we had an opportunity to draw that game, and it was a small margin there for us at the end of the game to nail down and hopefully get a draw, which we didn't manage to capitalize. But yeah, it's going to be another big and epic test match, South Africa versus the All Blacks, number 1 versus number 2 in the world. So yeah, it's going to be epic, and yeah, we can expect everything.
Yeah, sorry, I was asking. Sorry, Zina, I was actually asking about Damien and playing about inside centre. Sorry, apologies, Damien.
Yeah, and then about inside centre, as I said earlier on, it's a new position for me. I haven't started there yet, but I have played a couple of test matches at the inside centre later in the game. But yeah, it's going to be a new role for me, having to step up into Dukes' responsibility, something that he's been doing for us many times in the number 12 jersey, but something that I'm really excited about, especially linking with Sasha and with Moody and the back three outside me. So yeah, it's an opportunity for all of us to go out and play our game, and yeah, as I said, hopefully get a victory.
Guys, if you're not raising your hands for questions, we'll take more from the floor on this side until there are questions. So, Kobus, Kaniso, enigiemand questions?
Damien, you mentioned Sasha now on your inside and Kaden on your outside. All very talented players. You must be very excited to combine with those two guys.
Yeah, I'm very excited to play with Sasha. I think this is probably our first. I'm not sure. I think it's our first test match playing together. So yeah, I think, as I said earlier on, we've done a lot of work during the week and making sure we are aligned going into this test, and what we can expect from each other, what we want from each other, how we want to play the game, how we see this game developing, and then obviously getting Moody on the outside. Just getting that defensive pairing straight, our communication, and making sure we can put the team on the front foot, especially with the way New Zealand's going to try and attack us and what they showed in the first 20 minutes last week. So yeah, just small micro communications and plans that we needed to try and get ready for this weekend. And as I said, obviously it's going to be a big test match, so we're making sure that we have everything covered.
Damien, all test matches, including the New Zealand tests, come with a bit of pressure, not a bit of pressure, but significant pressure. But
yeah,
with last week's results done and dusted and all the tags attached to it, is there less of a burden with this test, even though it still remains a must for test?
Yeah, obviously, for us at the Springboks, we want to try and win every test match. And yeah, obviously last week is still there, but we've put that behind us now after reviewing it and knowing where we went wrong. So yeah, for us, it's directly looking forward to Saturday and making sure, as I said, we can go out and play positively and get the victory. So that's what we focused on.
Peter?
Thank you, Z. Hi, Damien. Hi, Marnus. Damien, just for you, Rassie spoke early in the week of he wants you guys to express yourselves. But would you say expressing yourself, does that come with plenty of responsibility as well, and not just to blindly go chuck a ball around?
Yeah, definitely. As I said earlier on, we've got a test match that we want to win, and expressing yourself is not always playing flashy rugby. As I said this earlier, we can expect obviously a very physical and hard test match, and everything it always gives us, South Africa versus New Zealand kind of test match. So yeah, for us it's about nailing our roles. If there's opportunity and it presents itself and we take it, that is expressing yourself. So yeah, for us, as I said, we're really focused on just those small moments and making sure that we really dialed in for when opportunity presents itself.
Jacques?
Hello, Damien. Hello, Marnus. I've got a question for Marnus just regarding the planning for the lineouts. In that first test in Auckland, we saw the All Blacks get away with quite a lot. I mean, at one stage, Wallace Titi was standing at receiver on our side, receiving a ball off the top from Peter Steff. And when we tried to break through their lineout to go defend, they were sort of blocking us. And have you guys had a good planning session this week just to counteract some of those illegal tactics from the All Blacks at lineout time? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we looked at the video and see where we went wrong. Good stuff for them. They played the tricks very well, what they did. So yeah, we looked at a video. We planned how we're going to stop it. We planned how we're going to make them do more errors. So yeah, I think it's just going back to the old tactics and see where we can stop them. So yeah, we will just go and play the game.
Guys, unfortunately, we can only take one more question from back home. So, Percy?
Thank you so much. Goeiedag sê meneere. Net 'n tweedelige vragie. Damien, kan ek vinnig vra gou vinnig 'n soortgelyke vraag soos Lieten vir jou gevra het. Sê gou vinnig vir my, jy's die mees ervare speler, ek dink die mees ervare speler in die agterin op die oomblik nou in hierdie toets meneer. Wie is in beheer van verdediging hierdie week? En kan ek jou dan vra, gaan julle konservatief wees of kry julle nog steeds die lisensie om met vryheid te speel ondanks 'n nederlaag in die eerste toets en nou wat julle desperaat is om te wen? Hermanus het kortliks, korrigeer my as ek verkeerd is dit jou eerste toets in die All Blacks en hoe sien jy uit na hierdie wedstryd meneer?
Okay. Percy, ek dink ek is die mees ervare en ek dink Kobus is. Kobus is dan Ceslin en dan seker ek myself. Maar ja, daar is baie ervaring in die agterlyn. Ek dink ons is te onervare nie. En dan ja, ek dink obviously kyk na die game. Ons obviously sien uit na goeie game. Ons gaan uit om onsself te express, maar soos ek sê in die moed van ons moet gaan en ons opportunities nail. Seker maak ons is klinies, nie soos laasweek nie. Ons het 10 entries gekry laasweek en nie baie van dit gecapitalize is. So ja, ons fokus obviously daarop en seker te maak ons gaan uit en speel positief. En obviously die belangrikste om die game te wen. So ja, ons sien uit na dit.
Ja, dit is my eerste toets teen die All Blacks. So ja, dit gaan lekker wees. Is bietjie excited, bietjie nervous, maar jy wil jouself die beste doen en hulle is op die oomblik nommer 1. So dit gaan lekker wees en 'n mens moet die beste speel om beter te raak. So dit gaan lekker wees en ek sien regtig uit daarna.
Dwayne, you've played a lot against New Zealand. What knowledge have you shared with the younger guys in the group, especially like Ethan, ahead of such a big test this weekend?
Well, I can maybe just talk about the environment. Obviously, it maybe a couple of guys are still playing when I played, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, we all the coaches have their input and guys, and I think Tony Brown shared quite a lot with the backs. I don't work a lot with the backs. I just maybe a couple of high balls with Ethan, but yeah, apart from that is the guys who played last weekend obviously shared their bit, and yeah, well, that's about it. I don't really do a lot of that.
Thanks, E. How's it, guys? Dwayne, obviously the breakdown has been a bit of a talking point for you guys. You know, I know the Italians early in the season at Loftus, you know, they flooded the breakdown and you guys struggled a bit there. And again, this past weekend, that seemed to be something they targeted. Is that something you guys are trying to work on hard and try and defend a bit better this coming weekend?
Ross, do you know the amount of breakdown turnovers they got?
No, not too sure.
Yeah, so it's two poachers and maybe just one counter ruck. So I think if you look at a test match rugby which goes 80 minutes, I don't really think it's a massive talking point. Obviously, we try to put pressure on our position as well. So yes, they've done a couple of things, and but it's not exposing us in a way. The focus will always be there when you play a game, and but our overall game is probably the biggest talking point. We can't go specifics.
Morning, guys. Dwayne, maybe good to see you again. First of all, also just on this weekend's game, Jasper's back, and as a player pretty much in the same mold as you, very abrasive, big ball carrier. What are you guys expecting from Jasper?
Yeah, Brendan, I think it's great to have Jasper back in the mix. Obviously, he's the one of the guys that really gives us go forward ball. So yeah, we're looking forward to see what he brings to the game. Obviously, we still play with a good pack, but you know, to be the link with between the pack and the back line. And the backline we picked or selected is an exciting backline. So I'm looking forward to see what he brings to the party. And yeah, it'll be great to have him back.
Baie dankie Zena. Good day, gentlemen. My question is for Dwayne van Meulen. Dwayne, kan ek jou vra? Gereeld praat ons as joernaliste of as aanhangers praat ons gewoonlik van wat ervaring bring na enige sportspan, byvoorbeeld veral in 'n nasionale span. Ek wil vir 'n tweeledige vraag. As 'n afrigter deesdae, wat was jou observasie gewees die afgelope naweek daar in Auckland gewees net? En hoe belangrik is dit dat as nou heelwat jeug gebring in die groep, veral in die agterlyn? Hoe belangrik is die voorspelers om 'n goeie fondasie te lê? En wat gaan die jeug dan, die sogenaamde jeug nou bring vir hierdie span in die aanloop tot hierdie wedstryd in Wellington?
Dis ja, interessante vraag. Ek dink ons het 'n lekker pak wat vir ons hopelik goeie frontvoetbal kan gee, en ek dink as jy daai het, dan gee dit hierdie jong manne 'n geleentheid om lekker te kan rugby jol. So ek dink meeste van alle games wat ou nou al gekyk het in rugby, as jy goeie go forward ball het, dan sit nogals redelik lekker vir die manne om te speel. So ek dink dis 'n goeie kombinasie, en ek dink kyk, jy sê jy kort ervaring daarvoor. Ek dink ons het laas naweek het ons ervaring probeer, en dit is nie te sê dat ons die ouens weggooi nie, maar hulle het gekom tot op 'n punt, en ons het nog steeds 'n paar foute begaan. So, en dit is ook van ouens met ervaring. So die ding is, mens moet ook kyk na die toekoms, en hier is 'n klomp jong manne wat hulle hande opgesteek het, en mens moet vir hulle die geleentheid gee, want wanneer gaan jy hulle ooit die geleentheid gee om in moeilike situasies bietjie hulle hand op te steek? So ek dink dit is 'n groot geleentheid vir hulle om saam te werk, en ook vir die coaches om te kan sien wat binne in 'n ou steek, en is dit die regte ouens om die pad mee saam te stap.
Dwayne, just on it's not often we see a Springbok side without Eben. It's almost become a fixture with those 130 odd tests that he's had. But with Luet there and Ruan is a very different type of combination. Just what you're expecting of there, and just the senior guys in that pack there, because Eben obviously brings a lot of fire and physicality to the game as well. And Luet's a bit of a different player when it comes to that, and Ruan.
Yeah, I think, Brendan, the thing is, you can't play even every single game. I think the guy is going to burn out, and you still want him to play for a couple of years. So we need that little bit of rotation. And I think obviously we've got Erg on the bench, and those guys have played really important games. They played big matches. I think when we were a couple of locks down last year, Ruan got the opportunity and he really did well. So obviously it looks pretty weird if you have 2 5 locks in your pack, but they play their part and they know exactly what they want to do and where they want to go about their game. So I think it'll be a good challenge also to see if the guys can make a step up and also work without Eben.
Godly? Godly?
Yes, hi Dwayne, gaan dit dat gaan goed daar by julle. Dwayne, ek weet hier is nou 'n ander vraag. Mense bestempel nou die Karibeker as 'n Mickey Mouse kompetisie en julle werk nou vir 2027 en jy praat van die jong spelers. Dink jy oor 2 jaar gaan julle steeds 'n lekker groep spelers hê om wêreldbeker te stuur?
Carly, ek dink dit is die rede hoekom ons ook maar die ouetjies die kans gee om nou te kan jol, maar hulle hande op te sit en so aan. En ek dink daar is nog steeds baie talente in Suid-Afrika, ewen deur die Karibeker en dan so ook die JRC vir die ouetjies wat nog binne die volgende 2 jaar regtig hulle hande opsteek en dalk 'n geleentheid gaan kry binne in hierdie groep om dan op die einde van die dag miskien 'n wêreldbeker spat te haal.
Yes, thank you, G. Dwayne, Ethan, just a question for Ethan. Ethan, what this means for you to be playing in your first test, starting in the Springbok team, and just your experience from last week in the test at Eden Park as well?
Yeah, no, it's huge for me. It's a surreal experience that I've been experiencing during the week, in the build up to it. And just from last week, just feeling the intensity of the game, it really does show a huge difference between URC level and international level, and very keen for this weekend.
And just one for Ethan. Ethan, how's it been synergy-wise in training with a new look sort of backline, especially combination-wise with guys who haven't played together yet?
Yeah, I think everyone's a bit edgy. Everyone's really keen to get onto the pitch and just express themselves, but I think combinations are working very well in training. Guys are linking up, and guys are just feeling we're not really feeling any pressure. We're feeling like we can express ourselves, and I think that's a very good positive taking into this weekend.
And then Ethan, just there's obviously a lot of expectation on the young guys, and part of the good thing is that normally younger players have no fear, and I'm sure Dwayne will probably laugh at that one. But just maybe talk about just what you guys as a backline are looking to do this weekend as well.
And just on the young guys, I think we're very privileged to have people like JC and Damien in the team. They've calmed us down quite a lot, and they've shown a lot of experience throughout the weeks. We've been training with them for a couple of months now, and sort of learning from them. So they do give us a lot of confidence going onto the pitch, and I think, like you said, we do try to play with not as much fear as some guys would think. But I mean, I think we just go onto that pitch and try to express ourselves just like anyone else. And having people like Jesse and Damien, they really do help us narrow that and channel that into just performing on the weekend.
I'll come in again. Thanks, Z. Ethan, as you were mentioning there about the sort of inexperience in the back line, when you guys play on the weekend, there'll only be a few really oldish heads, if you could say that, to call upon, when you got like Kobus, Cheslin and Damien, and the rest of you are sort of a bit inexperienced. So is that a little bit nervy, not having so many guys to call upon the experience in the game, or does that also add a little bit of excitement to you guys?
I wouldn't say it puts any pressure on us. I mean, the game of rugby is just a game of rugby, and I think at the end of the day, we've been playing it since I was 10 years old. I know how to play the game of rugby, and once you get onto that pitch, I mean, caps become irrelevant, and you just focus on your job, you do your job, and you do it to the best of your ability, and you express what you have. Obviously, in times of pressure, those guys will come out with a bit more experience, but I mean, on that pitch, it's really quite irrelevant to you at the time.
Thank you so much, Zina. Ethan, I want to apologize. I joined a bit later. Can I ask you though? And I apologize if this question has been asked already. Is there, from your side, as a so-called younger, less experienced player though, is there a sense of excitement or is it nervousness heading into the second test? Because while listening to Rassie Erasmus yesterday, he made it very clear is that he's kind of like throwing some of you younger players in a pressure cooker now to see how you guys can deal with the pressure era of a test match against New Zealand. And this especially after losing a first match in New Zealand though, sir. What are your thoughts?
I think it's definitely a bit of both, excitement and nerves. As many of you guys know, the championship's on the line. It's a must-win game, and I think the excitement comes from just being on the pitch and being able to represent your country, and then obviously the nerves come from the whole stage, the whole fact that you're playing New Zealand. But I mean, I think you just got to get a good mixture of both and use that to advantage. Don't get too nervous and don't get too excited. Just keep a calm head and going into the game.
Sorry, guys, it doesn't seem many other hands there. Ethan, maybe just for you, you came into obviously professional rugby at the era after Super Rugby. Dwayne's played the Super Rugby that side as well. But just for you, as maybe a guy who missed out on Super Rugby, went straight into the URC, just talk a bit about playing in New Zealand. And I know, a lot of players grow up wanting to play the All Blacks in New Zealand. So maybe chat a bit about that and your dream of that.
Yeah, obviously I've never been this side, so jet lag was a new thing for me. But I remember waking up early to watch the Eden Park games with my dad. And actually driving into that stadium on Friday last week was actually quite a big deal. Sent some photos and stuff, but it was very cool experience. Obviously I missed that whole Super Rugby thing, so coming to New Zealand now is almost like a dream come true, and I just want to try and make the most of it.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. It is a Tuesday morning. We are 24 hours after the announcement from Rassie Erasmus with a very, very rotated side. We had such a cool live show yesterday, chatting about the side, chatting about what it means, and chatting about what is the future of the Springboks side and kind of where things stand based on the team announcement yesterday. And for me, what was quite fun of the show is that we've then posted obviously a lot of clips of Rassie Erasmus. The explanations have come out. He's kind of given everybody an update, and the response has been quite interesting. And I think generally the response to the team has been very good. But it's also been interesting to sort of see what some of the comments have been. And a lot of people talking about the fact that have we essentially almost given up on the Rugby Championship and said, well, we can't win it, and therefore we're going to try and rotate, build squad depth, and try and find different type of outcomes from the tournament itself because of how things have gone. We thought that we would be here at least sort of two wins. We thought we'd be sitting at the moment, 2 wins out of 3 potentially, with an opportunity to try and go almost sort of back to the top of the log with a win this weekend. And that is not the case. We're actually sitting stone dead last on the log. And it's not a good place to be in. But having said that, it is a very close log. We are last on the log. Sorry, actually, it was second. I think our points difference is, I think we actually second on virtue of, I think we're actually almost exactly tied. We're on 5 points. And New Zealand on 10 points. So, whilst after 3 games we are tied last, we can go tied first this weekend if things were to really, really go our way. And we also need other results to go away. For example, Argentina beat Australia, which could very well happen. And it's probably the best rugby championship, arguably, we've ever had. I don't think we've ever had a rugby championship that is so close, separated by so little, after 3 games. We are halfway through the tournament, and first and third and fourth are separated by 5 points, are separated by a bonus points wins margin. Argentina go and win by a bonus point this weekend. South Africa go win by a bonus point and deny Australia and New Zealand. In fact, there's actually a scenario where all 4 teams could be on the same amount of points after 4 games. That is genuinely a possibility. It means if Argentina were to get a bonus point against Australia, but Australia were to finish within 7, they'd both go to 10. If the Boks were to really pitch up and win the bonus point and deny the All Blacks a bonus point, all 4 teams would be on 10 points. So we are looking at the best rugby championship, arguably ever. Before I get into the comments, please do consider donating towards, we're trying to get more of these lights over here as part of one of the campaigns. But if you do donate, you go into the Rusty's Coaches Corner. We had lots of people jumping in yesterday. It was really, really cool to see. So a big shout out to all those guys who did send super chats. If you'd like to become a member, you get a cool little animation with your name in the back of a Boks jersey, which pops up on screen. And all these donations really, really do help us enhance our coverage, give you guys more, work on things like the platform that we've got in the background that some of you guys might see. We've kind of soft launched it and going to be really ramping it up. We're going to have a URC prediction league automation series. We're working on trying to get some partners involved for some big prizes with these leagues. And you guys, obviously, as Forever Sports subscribers, get the early run-in and get to really see what's going on. So big shout out to everybody that did donate yesterday, that did contribute and send super chats and became members. So big shout out to you guys. If you'd like to send a super chat, it's all in the comments, same as the members link. It is the pinned comment over there. You will feature in Rusty's Coach's Corner if you send a super chat. If you join the members club, we are trying to build our members, and you will then go to the top left there. We actually do a bit of a members countdown, really, a goal, because we're hitting our subscriber goals nicely, by the way. So big shout out to you guys who did subscribe yesterday, because we have gone well past 94,000. In fact, we have gone past 94,100, which means that the goal for this week, which is to get to 95,000, is looking pretty good. Then we're in the final stretch to get to 100,000, and as mentioned yesterday, become potentially the first ever South African rugby YouTubers to get there. Let's go through some of the comments before we sort of really get into it, shall we? So Mike says, thanks for the content. I said it yesterday, but I think the stream had ended. I love joining the live show. Also, Albert says, it's pretty obvious Rusty was forced to change his plans. Annette says, well, we at the bottom, why not just work and focus what we set out to do and work towards 2027 World Cup? Craig Morgan said, missed that powerful ball carrier. That's going to be a big power game with him going back 100%. And Alpha Lingen says, we need to win New Zealand in New Zealand with a bonus point and pray Australia beat New Zealand at least once. I think it could happen, to be fair. I think that's not quite likely, but I think it's a strong possibility that Australia beat the All Blacks at home. Explorers Guild says, Marnie on the bench says one of two things. One, Boks expect to be chasing the game in the last 20, so they're rolling the dice on an attacking fly. Or two, worse, they think he can close out a tight lead. Well, I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. I think you've got to put him in the situations at the end of the day. Marnie Liebach is incredibly important to how we want to play. You know, Tony Brown loves working with Marnie and says that Marnie's the right type of player for what we want to try and do. He's the perfect kind of fly half for that. Where does he kind of come short at the moment? Well, it's kind of finding those options in tight games, seeing out a game. Now, unfortunately, you're never going to get better with that if you don't get put in positions to try and work on it. So I love the fact that they've not gone with the in case of emergency break glass option with Andre Pollard, who's really good at backing it up and potentially coming in and kind of saving the day. They've very much gone and said, right, we're going to bring Marnie Liebach on later on. He's going to see this match out. What can he do? Can he chase a match, for example? If we're leading, can he tactically play the right moves and the right decisions in front of him to see us through the game? So I think it's a really, really clever selection. And I'm looking forward to it. Jan says, you're the most negative headings on this podcast. Well, it's not a podcast for a start. I don't even feel like watching. Well, welcome to the world of YouTube, where we're asking a question. You see that massive thing called a question mark? If you've watched the channel and you've actually been involved and you've actually ever seen media, what we actually base a lot of our titles on is what every people are saying in our comments. And we're basically responding to suggestions. So that big thing, it's called a question mark. Look it up. That's what we're discussing. Because that's what a lot of people have been saying in the comments. Not like Steve just decide, you know what? I think this is what's happening on. It's actually responding to what people are saying. So welcome to the channel if you are new. Mark says, I think you're right, Albert. We're feeling that. Morning de Klerk says, we can beat the All Blacks. My Warriors, Argentina. And fair enough. Fair enough. That Argentinian side is proper. It really is. You know, that's why we don't have an easy game in this rugby championship. What is really playing into our favor is the fact that we are not playing Argentina in Argentina. We're playing on neutral ground, and we've got a really good record at Twickenham. So that is essentially almost like a second home game for us, to be honest. It really works out in our favor. There are going to be more Boks supporters in Twickenham than there are Argentina supporters when we play that game. And that's the That's the really exciting part when it comes to that game. Is that also that's the last game of the season. So our rugby championship kind of hinges on this weekend. If you can get a win this weekend, we've got a big chance. I think we've got a big chance. I think we can beat Argentina twice because I think that down in Durban, we should be able to get a result. And I think at Twickenham, we will have a home advantage. And I think that Australia, again, could beat New Zealand. We might need favours like that, for example. I mean, at the end of the day, if we go and win the next 3 games, it might not even be enough to win the rugby championship, depending on other results. But if we win this weekend, Australia beat New Zealand, we beat Argentina, all of a sudden, we could actually go to first in the log and go into the Twickenham game in control of the rugby championship. And somebody made a good point, yes, saying that basically it's not done yet. You know, it's so close that it's not done yet. So Sif Max says, sacrifice, we lost with the inverted commas best team of 100 and Vili last week. So there's no sacrifice here. We are building for the future, which is critical. Well, that is the whole thing. And what I really like about what Rassie Erasmus said yesterday is he said, we back our players, but we need these players to experience high pressure environments. You know, so you want to be able to say to an Ethan Hooker, right, well, here, this doesn't get any better than this. Your first ever Boks start against the All Blacks in New Zealand. Go and show me what you can do. You know, you can't hide in these kind of games. I mean, a lot of people are saying that, you know, we're having a go at Emil van der Merwe, saying, well, try scoring record is not that impressive because it was against Italy and Georgia and Wales. I mean, I don't know how many more teams you have to score against before you kind of say maybe he's actually a half-decent player. I think, you know, he would have been playing this weekend if he were fit, to be perfectly honest. I think he would have started in that number 14 jersey. But unfortunately, has that injury. But now it's a huge opportunity for Ethan Hooker to take his opportunity, to take his chance, and to go and play against the number 1 ranked team in the world and show that he's good enough and show that he can do a job and that he's not scared to get involved. He's not scared to try and get a result here. And Mike says, Argentina are looking so dangerous. They defended so well for 8 minutes at the end. Unbelievable. Annette says, look, my money is on the Boks and Pumas to win this weekend. To think we will have a double header against New Zealand women, Boks and men, spoiled for choice, but we know what will happen. Patrick saying, watching from Algeria, win or lose, I back the Boykies and Rassie. I always keep long-term objectives in mind, i.e. be ready to win 2027 World Cup. Well, there's no doubt that this is a big World Cup building match. You know, there's no doubt about it. That is a huge aspect to this weekend. We are looking at a backline with 1 player who is over the age of 35 and just 2 players, including Kobus Reinach, who's over the age of 30. You know, 4 players this weekend are below the age of 30 and will be below the age of 30. 3 players will be below the age of 30 come the next World Cup in that backline. Actually, no, it is 4 players because you've got Sasha, who's 23, Damon Willemse, who is 27, Apelifas, who's 27, Kanan Moody is 22, and Ethan Hooker is 22. So it's an incredibly young backline, for example. And there's a lot of unknowns about this. I think that's also a big thing. I think Scott Robertson, for example, would have, after he went home after that press conference where he didn't realize that actually Rassie Erasmus was naming the side. And he would have been sitting there last night going, interesting. How do we plan for this? You know, now they're gonna have to go dig up footage, for example, of Damien Willemse playing 12 for the Stormers to kind of understand how he plays. Now they're gonna have to go do a lot of analysis on what Ethan Hooker's been doing for the Sharks and stuff like that. So we've definitely thrown a lot of unknowns into the mix by naming this side, and I think that is a very positive thing. We become less predictable. We become less analyzable, and I think what we saw last week was a lot of some of the stuff we did was well analyzed by New Zealand. I think they towed the line. I'm very interested to see what the feedback to the referees will be with regards to offside lines, kind of where the line is and how to sort of deal with these things. Because that's the big thing. They nullify a lot of what we try to do, which is fine. And I mean, they've done their homework and they did very well, which is great. But now you get to ask the questions, you get feedback about what you can and can't do. And now you can go into this weekend knowing and having the clarity regarding that, and then you play to within those parameters. to try and push those limits. That's the whole idea. We're always trying to push those limits. Christian says, I think Rusty is like the mad scientist who's finally losing his marbles. Hopefully he doesn't create Frankenstein. And Dylan, one of our members, says, watching the backline will be like watching Transformers. They can all play more than one position. Well, shout out to you, Dylan, who's one of our Fair Sports members. You can see he's got a little bit of a badge next to his name, and his name's in green. Please do consider becoming a member. It is the pinned comment. And we've got lots of cool stuff for our members, including some of the exclusive training clips and training videos that we've got for our members only, and everything. All the sort of big content we make often goes to our members first. Mark Smith says, I guarantee we score in the opening 5 minutes this weekend. Rusty is going for a full onslaught. Big call. Big call. DD says, Mark should have been relegated to the bench to add impact later. Jan Hendrik Wessels should have started. Well, interesting, you know, Malcolm Marks very much took responsibility yesterday in the press conference and said that he needs to be better and he needs to take more ownership over the lineouts, because, you know, he said at the end of the day they analyzed him well, but he's got to be more on it. Dylan with the super chat, man's a member and bringing the super chat. Shout out Dylan. Say, morning Stevie P, turn on the lights, turn on the lights. Yeah, you got to add, I mean, ironic for South Africa to be fundraising for lights when we don't have electricity. Thankfully, I've got solar. But yeah, we want to get some more stuff into the studio. I've got lots of cool ideas, and we're actually building a lot of new things to come. So yeah, your guys' support means absolutely everything as we kind of go through this new journey of new platforms, new looks, the likes of that. We've really changed a lot this year. I'm sure you guys have noticed from a studio perspective. Obviously, we did the green screen vibe last year. Which somebody said looked cheap, and I was like, do you know how much money we spent on green screens and lights and the whole thing to do it? Not the point. But big shout out to you, Dylan, for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and appreciate the fact you're a member as well. Albert saying, Rusty picked a backline that has never been tested on defensive structure. Limdani said, I would rather we lose with this young team against the All Blacks and build them for Rugby World Cup 2027. And it says, wheels in the backline in our favor. 100, I'm still on the fence with no even in the tight 5. It is strange, isn't it, not seeing the stalwart that is Eben Etzebeth in that tight 5. However, there will be a time after Eben, and we've got to see that time. What I think is quite interesting, and I'm surprised we didn't take Kobus Visa, because he is obviously our natural replacement at 4. Salman Murat, they tried, didn't really work, kind of not really take his opportunity. Kobus Visa could have started the number 4 jersey, but they've gone with Lewis, and I don't think anybody really thought about that kind of concept, and the fact that Lewis Diago could be an option at 4, because he's never really played these. He's been pretty out and out 5. But maybe as he's obviously getting into his career and stuff like that, maybe 4 is where he could make a difference. You know, I think he is got the physical attributes obviously to be a bit of an enforcer, inverted commas. He's a big man. He gets over the advantage line. You know, it'll be interesting to see, for example, you've now got a Ruan Okia who can get up and chase those lines, something that Eben does, which not a lot of number 4 locks do, to be perfectly honest. So what'll be interesting is to see they've basically obviously decided with regards to the roles that everybody needs to the role that everybody needs to do and to tick off and the likes of that they can actually do that within a Lua Diaga and Ruan Okia lock combination. So I think that's quite an interesting part of it. I genuinely do. I think that it's going to be very cool to sort of see how they balance the different things they do. And I think that we're going to see a case of different people doing different roles to what maybe other people do in the same type of position, you know. So I think that we are going to see the likes of a Ruan Okia and a Lua Diaga maybe splitting the load differently to what you would see if it's an Eben Etzebeth and a Lua Diaga. And that for me is really, really cool. And I think very, very positive, in all honesty. So yeah, I'm really, really excited as to how that sort of part is going to look. Just in case anybody wants to see, that's what happens when you become a member. And you can see they're dealing with the super jumping into the coach's corner over there. If you'd like to feature in the coach corner, please do consider sending a super chat. And if you'd like to have your name on the screen there, like we saw over the weekend with Nadine Fix, then please do become a member with the pinned comment on the chat. Some of the other comments over here. Alex jumped in the chat saying, if you look back to the tests played against the All Blacks in 2021, the 100th test, we played a more conservative game and we lost. The next weekend, we played them again with a more expansive game and won. Derek says, how's Monty a great call? No, Steve, because he's a great player. He's attacking fly half who takes risks, and as a result, there's always that element of risk. People called Finn Russell a maverick for years and years and years. People, I mean, David McKenzie's been in and out, and people have gone after David McKenzie. Romain Intermac was also somebody who people questioned a lot. Sam Prendergast is going through a similar thing. Attacking nature fly halves who play close to the game line and really sort of on the edge have the possibility of making mistakes. But at the end of the day, because they play on the edge, there's those moments of brilliance. You know, Elton Young is exactly the same thing. And I think as South Africans, we've got to be a lot better at backing young attacking fly halves. We always talk about the fact that we want attacking fly halves. We love it when they do cool things. When they make mistakes, we go after them, we chastise them, and we ring them down. And that is a problem. You've got to take the good with the bad. Yes, obviously they need to learn from their mistakes, and that's where Finn Russell, for example, is arguably one of the best fly halves, if not the best fly half in World Rugby at the moment, because he understands a little bit more when to take the risk, when not to take the risk. But even he's still through an intercept in the British and Irish Lions series, because when you're on the edge, your errors get compounded, but your risks also get compounded. So, you know, Moy Liebach, for example, threw the intercept pass to Joseph Tuali, which is a brilliant read and phenomenally athletic. The more you watch it, I don't know if there's a number 13 in the world that would have actually, first of all, made the read and had the athletic ability to have gotten there that quickly. He's a tremendous athlete. He misses that. He misreads that just slightly and doesn't take that. We ran into the corner, we win that game. Those are the margins of error, you know, and again, that's what you get with attacking fly. We saw with Elton Young as well. I mean, he came on and, I mean, he led comebacks in New Zealand. I think it was actually in Wellington, where he changed the game and he played right on the gain line. But as a result, when you play on the gain line, your mistakes can get compounded because you take those risks. High risk, high reward. There's a reason that that saying exists. And Moy Liebach's like that. And in fairness, even the kicking pong, he's actually played really well. It'll be interesting to see how he kicks this weekend, given the fact he's not got the Rhino ball, which he's been putting over for free. But I still back the selection 100%. He brings so much to the table. He's got the best skills of all our player halves. He's the best pass of the ball by a country mile. I mean, he's got a 50-40 meter pass. It's bloody impressive, actually. And he can do it whilst running at pretty much full speed. Adrian says, Christian says, I don't understand the concern over Mooney's defense at 13. He's a monster in that channel for the Bulls on defense, even when he's playing wing. Yeah, I'm not concerned about his defense from a tackling perspective. I think where he's been struggling in the last few games is positioning. And if you run into him, he made a couple of big tackles on the weekend. Physicality is not an issue. It's not like he's not prepared to make a tackle. His issue becomes the positioning, to be in the right position to make the tackle. I think that's where he struggled in the last few games. And I am a bit worried about it. I'm a bit nervous of him at 13 because I think obviously he has to run the defense. And again, to try and make sure that he has to run the defense, it means he has to really be on top of things. But it's a big opportunity for him to show that he can do that. Colin Donis, I predict a big victory in Wellington. Adrian says, Evan or Eskom could replace Andre or Liebach for a 6-2 split later in this week. I don't put it past Rice to make a last-minute change later in the week to surprise the All Blacks. Yeah, so we were saying this yesterday. He's yet to do it, but he's threatened to do it, as Rice. He's threatened to change his team later on the week, depending on what the All Blacks go with. We haven't seen it yet. As you say, it could be very easy to drop him an Andre Esterhuizen out of the side and put in a Marco van Staden if you want to go with the two planks, which actually what I did in my predicted side. You know, it's easy to go with a second lock. You can bring on a Franco Moss into the bench. You can bring an Eben Etzebeth back into the mix. I wouldn't mind Eben Etzebeth getting a bit of time. I think he becomes very important for Argentina now as well. But it can be tweaked quite quickly to give it a whole new complexion. Alex Lamim says the All Blacks didn't play as well as they could have. They beat us playing block rugby. Maybe we can beat them using some aspects of All Black rugby. Win scrums be a nuisance at the breakdown. I think we need to be a much better breakdown, to be honest. I think that that's a big thing for us this weekend. And it's been a big work on for a while that we've got to fix the breakdown. And I think Jasper Wiese will help with that regard in terms of having dominant ball carriers. Because that's also a big thing as well. Is if you're getting past the... I can't remember who was I think it was... Who was talking about it? I think it was Eddie Jones. But they were talking about getting over the gain line is incredibly important for ball retention, because as soon as you, I mean, and it makes sense, because if you've got a line, I don't really have I need like a little like a whiteboard or something. Steve can become the coach's corner. Basically, the whole concept is if you've got a line and you're falling in front of the line, for these players, it's easy to move forward onto the ball, or even if it's just parallel, it's easier right there to get onto the ball, disrupt the ruck. As soon as that line is broken, these players are having to retreat a yard or two. That takes a half a second or a second, and you can secure the ball. So gain line advantage is incredibly important on making sure that you basically are forcing the defensive line to retreat rather than come onto the ruck and come onto the ball. So that's where the likes of Jasper Wiese is going to be big this weekend, because he gets over the advantage line, especially in close sort of quarters. So you want people who can run around corners, get over the advantage line, quick recycle, give it to the backs nice and quickly, and get that clean ball that we're talking about. Sometimes when you don't get that gain advantage, you struggle to break down because you're not you're having to get your timing absolutely spot on. Where we have been very good at is our dominant tackles, for example. Now again, for the opposite reason, a dominant tackle is huge because it stops all the momentum. It drives the attacking side back. And again, now they're retreating. They're having to take a few steps back whilst you're coming onto the ball. And I think that, especially in the second half, Kwagga Smith, Marnus van der Merwe, even Arke Snyman to a certain degree, all very good over the ball. We had Hendrik Wessels as well. And I think that we're going to see a very interesting breakdown thread between Marnus and Kwagga, because I think they'll probably patrol different sides of the field and look to get over the ball. Marnus van der Merwe was within the top 10 most turnovers at club level last season across all the major leagues. So he's a really, really good jackler. And I'm really excited to see how he goes this weekend. I just really hope he gets on relatively early, in like the 60th minute, for example. Simon says, people complain when the team is too old, then they complain when it's younger. How can you go for a third World Cup if you don't bring in younger players 2 years before the tournament? Very good point being made. And I think we're all pretty aligned in the comments here, to be fair. Vara says, Boks need to get wise to All Blacks tactics at line-up. Plenty of encroaching going on just before the throw. Yeah, I mentioned that. And especially when we had that free kick, it was almost actually pushing and shoving. And there'll definitely be that going into the feedback to World Rugby to say, what's going on here? You've got this gap's got to be maintained. But that's what happens, and I think the All Blacks do it very well. And you might not be able to do 2 games in a row, but there's so many instances where teams do one thing in a specific match and it changes the complexion of the match. Italy, remember when they didn't commit to rucks, and therefore there was no offside line, and they almost beat England. And there was a once-off occasion where they just exploited a law. They saw a loophole. They exploited the entire match. England didn't know what to do, and Italy were within 2 or 3 points of beating England, which would have been massive for them. You're thinking of the Damien Willems to scrum. There's always opportunity. And so, for example, the All Blacks got it perfectly right this weekend. But then there might be a bit of analysis, and they might say, but actually, aren't they not infringing? And then now the referees will be briefed to be more aware of that. So that's going to be an interesting aspect this weekend, how that kind of changes and kind of maybe what the conversations we're going to have with the referee with regards to the lines and the likes of that, and kind of what we're going to try and point out for them to sort of monitor. So it's going to be an interesting part of the game this weekend. And I think what we didn't do particularly well over the last weekend, you didn't adapt to the referee. And that's not to say the referee's making the wrong decisions, but you've got to adapt to the way he is refereeing the game. I think you could have made a couple of other decisions, but we also didn't play well. I mean, I don't think that if you change the referee, we suddenly win that game. I don't think it's as easy. It's not a zero-sum game. But I think we didn't adapt particularly well. And the whole part of, I think, being with the Yakko paper is learning how to adapt to the way referees are performing. And we need to be better, especially as a coaching staff, is to basically kind of be able to identify what they're doing, where they're towing the line, how we can exploit it, and how we need to be communicating that we believe that they're exploiting it, and is this legal? And even if you ask the question and you say, sir, they're going to this in the line, is that allowed? And therefore, and that question, and this is why being a captain is so nuanced, because that question puts something into the referee's mind. Because yes, they might say, yeah, they can, but now all of a sudden he's watching and he's vigilant and he's saying, okay, I'll check that. And that's why that referee communication all the time is so important, because you've got to be able to ask the right questions, to prompt them looking at the right things, to try and see if you can raise valid issues that you believe you are a victim of. Alex says, Stephen, on the point about Marcus, I assume you mean Marnus, do you feel that this team maybe needs more fetches? I know Marcus has been starting and can play that role, but it seems like the Boks are short on fetches. So I think yes. I mean, I think we are missing one or two. I don't think it's as bad as I think a lot of people do make it. I think we really miss Dwayne. We really miss Stephen Kitsoff. You know, we would start a match with Stephen Kitsoff as a fetching option, Dwayne Vermeulen as a fetching option. You know, and if Malcolm Marx started, you had Malcolm Marx as a fetching option as well. So you would start a game with 3 fetchers. We don't have a loose head who's I mean, look, Boks and Chair can get over the ball, but he's not a fetcher. Like Stephen Kitsoff was a phenomenal fetcher. We don't have an 8th man who's a fetcher. You know, and I think we were just so lucky to have those very unique players who are just so multi-skilled. I don't think Stephen Kitsoff ever got the plaudits he got for his fetching ability and how important that was. And that was the thing. You'd have a Stephen Kitsoff, Malcolm Marx, and a Dwayne Vermeulen to start, and then you'd bring on a Quacker Smith, who is phenomenal at the breakdown. You know, I think that Arke Snyman's a pretty good player. And I think that's something that Jasper Wiese will bring to the table. I think he's very much worked on his fetching ability. I think he's had to, but obviously working with Dwayne Vermeulen is a big help. Because if you do have a couple of those extra players who can get over the ball and understand it a bit better, that does help. And I think that Matsui Marnus van der Merwe can bring a point of difference. I think that's what he's got ahead of someone like a Bongi Mnambi, for example. Even a Jan Vestas, I think his ability over the ball does give him a bit of a unique selling point. A little USP if we'll start bringing a bit of a corporate chat to the chat. Eric says, Hobbies is a very good fetcher, also need to be in the mix, and he combines with Nokia in the lineouts. And he says, keep the team the same. So I just started Estes and Archie and Volko. Don't want to leave it to the bench if experiments go wrong. Avina said, good morning. Avina said good morning earlier saying, agree, Stevie, there is that's where Sia is so good. The communication to sway ref's mind instead of arguing, saying Stephen Kitsoff and Mal Herbert is seriously missed. Yeah, like, I mean, I think Francois Herbert is a big miss with regards to the defensive point and what he does in the defense from a communication point of view. He's always been a very good player with regards to organizing the defense and his defensive awareness. And again, those are aspects that people don't necessarily pick up. You look at a player and you think, right, Francois Herbert, what's his job? His job is to scrum and make some tackles. And they don't see how important he is with regards to the way he reads the game, the way that he organizes the defense. And those parts are the small things that you suddenly lose. You know, you might be able to bring someone who's as good as a scrummager, but you lose something there. Similarly, for example, Evan Smith is so good under the high ball and so good at charging down scrum offs. You know, that's something he prides himself on. Somebody like an Arke Snyman is so good in the offload. You know, everyone has almost their sort of unique intricacies, really, in this Boks squad that kind of separates them from other people. And Marnus, I think, will be his fetching ability. Christian says, Jesse spoke to the ref like he was barking orders at his backline. He needs to work on that. Sia is really good in how he talks to the refs. But in fairness, again, you talk about the fact that Jesse Kriel is maybe not great at talking to the refs, but that's why it's so important for him to get that experience, to understand how to do it, to work on that. I mean, that's something that Sia even said he had to really work hard on, that he wasn't good enough in his early days of his captaincy at speaking to the ref. Now he's a veteran. I mean, he's captain of the Boks, one of the all-time most capped Springbok captains, you know, and will potentially get to the 100 club as well. So I think that's a great skill to have, and that's where I think we've been quite clever with using different players as captains, because they have to develop that ability to speak to the ref and understand how to speak to the ref. Matt says, brilliant team. For me, the one to watch this weekend is Sash. Brilliant off the bench appearance last weekend. Well, he's got a big role to play this weekend, the Sash Fami Gomazulu. And if he rocks up and pitches up, then we could have a good time. But needs to get off to a solid start. I think he needs to get a lot of confidence early on into the game. We are going to start closing up there, people. It's been a nice morning show. We did a little breakfast show, which is a lot of fun. Kaka says, Rassie is cooking. This is Vision 2027. The traditionalists will disagree. Let Rassie cook. Agreed. People, I'm actually going to the SC20 auction later. And the reason I'm telling you that is I've got a lot of cricket stuff being done. And I know a lot of you guys, we're all sports fans, South African sports fans. So I'm going to drop my link to my personal channel, the StevieP channel. And I'd appreciate a bit of love over there. A lot of you guys are already over there. Going through a bit of a revamp at the moment, and going to be doing some very fun live streams in the next couple of weeks, where we don't necessarily talk about news, we don't necessarily talk about the nitty-gritties, we just have a bit of fun. But I'm going off to the S20 auction later, going to be doing a bit of a vlog on it, which is going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys are interested, please head over that to the StevieP channel, drop a little subscribe there, and get to see what I do on a day-to-day basis as well. Last couple of comments, and then we're going to call it for the day. Peter says, the All Blacks have a serious problem at 10. Once Barrett is gone, there's no new talent coming through. And Eric says, traditionalists got as many World Cups and British National Line series titles. Now let's see if Tony Touch Rugby can get us any titles next 5 years. Yeah, well, there we go. As Eric says, Pro is so bad with the series, but create World Rugby losing in record scores. Yeah, well, we already won the series. So as far as I'm concerned, the last match did not happen. But people, thank you very much. And it says, thanks, Steve. Enjoy your day. I'm off to watch what Supersport has to offer today. Cricket will be in order, then varsity netball. Love the work, Annette. Love the work. Enjoy the watching. Please feel free to go follow me on YouTube as well as Instagram, where I'm going to be doing some live stuff from the auction, which is going to be a lot of fun. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably do a lunchtime show, maybe another breakfast show. Probably a lunchtime show tomorrow. Let's say at about 1 o'clock. Let's regroup, chat, and get us really psyched for the weekend ahead. Smash like on the way out, people. Subscribe to the channel as well, and we'll see you tomorrow. Hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. And on the back of yesterday's Rassie Erasmus selections, it does kind of start to show that we are very much moving into an end of an era. And what this means is that it's not a case of there's lots of players that we're not going to see ever again, but we definitely are going to see a lot more rotation for two reasons. First of all, as the Boks build their squad towards 2027, big calls have to be made. Now, Rassie has been very honest about the fact that he's not going to move players on simply because they might retire in a year's time, for example. He says at the end of the day, whilst players are good enough to play for the Springboks, they will play for the Springboks. However, there are certain players that have to be managed if they're going to make the 2027 World Cup. And you think about the likes of an Eamon Etzebeth, for example, a Sia Khaleesi. And there's very much a concerted effort to basically plot a journey from now until the 2027 World Cup and factor in when players are going to play where, who's going to play where, and how many games they're going to play. So even from the first press conference earlier this year, there was a conversation about the fact that they have to rotate players. They have to basically manage workloads, and they're working hand in hand with the franchise as well. So that certain players that they want to get to 2027 World Cup will be able to be at their best, fittest, fastest, and be able to make a huge impact come the 2027 World Cup. At the same time, there's also an exploration element, of blooding new players, getting caps into players, so that come the 2027 World Cup, you can then basically have a pool of 50, 60 players. That's the plan. A pool of 50, 60 players who are all ready and have all played enough games, all, fit and in a position to represent South Africa at the World Cup. And then you can make a choice on your best 33. Rather than suddenly, all of a sudden, losing a few players and now having to then reassess, basically, and almost kind of say, okay, well, now we've got to go and potentially, take an experienced player or a player who's not ready because we were kind of banking on this player being ready. Now they're injured, for example, or maybe they're not playing the best rugby. And now we've had to really sort of change our plan to accommodate them in a short space of time. So that is why we've been doing a mixture of, and a lot of people complaining about the lack of young players. When we go through the list now, and I'm going to go through the age profiles as well, you'll see that this weekend is showing you that next era and maybe the end of the current era of seeing certain players playing week in, week out. So before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so this is the squad that we've got at the moment. And you'll see there's players in the red, and those are players who will be plus 35 or older at the next World Cup. Those are your kind of your red zone players. Every player is 34 years old. They're not old, you know, from a rugby point of view. I mean, Ronan Nagara was saying the fact that Owen Farrell at 33 is still young in his career, can still play another 4 or 5 years, you know, saying he's got plenty of time ahead of him. So that was quite an interesting observation. But basically, it shows you kind of the ages now and the age profiles for in the World Cup. And it kind of shows you that this weekend, a lot of players in the red are not involved. And it very much does show you there's a bit of a changing of the guard that's starting to happen. But at the end of the day, the only change in the guard we're going to see successfully is when the incoming guard performs. You're not going to drop an Eben Etzebeth until there's a number 4 lock who is playing better than him and pushing him. Or maybe playing at a similar level and you're thinking, right, well, if we invest more in them, we can reach a higher ceiling than what Eben Etzebeth might get to in 2027. And I'm just using Eben as an example. He's been one of our top players in the last couple of years and was pretty strong last weekend as well. But for example, if we look at this weekend in the front rows, Vincent Koch is the only player in the current squad, alongside Bongi Manambi, who obviously had those personal issues and go, is going to be in the red for the next World Cup. So we're looking at our hookers and our props. All of them are going to be fine for the next World Cup. You know, Wilco Low, Malcolm Marks, Oxen Chow in the orange, inverted commas, but that's perfect, especially for tight heads, for example, the form of Wilco Low. You know, you're in a very good age profile when it comes to the next World Cup. Eben Etzebeth is in the red, not playing this weekend. You know, so all of a sudden, 3 players in the red, first 3 players in the red you can see on the list, not involved this weekend. Ruan Nokia, he's actually in the green. He'll be 29 at the next World Cup. Luat Diallo will be 34 in the next World Cup. So he's kind of in the orange, but it should still be okay, especially if he continues with his, you know, return to the form that I think he's starting to show. Arcas Neyman, for example, on the bench, he's in the orange at the next World Cup, but currently absolutely fine. Franco Mostert in the red, haven't seen him in the last 2 games. This is somebody I think we're starting to see the end of, which I think is very sad. I think he actually played very well against Australia. Very subtle game where he hit a lot of rucks and was a big part of us making sure our breakdown was substantially better. I don't think I think he's one of those players when he retires, people will then start to remember just how good he was when we watch old games and big performances. I'll never forget that British and Irish Lions series. Thought he was probably our best player. And those World Cup playoffs where he didn't miss a single tackle across the quarterfinals, semifinals, and final. Siya Kolisi, the first player of, I think there's 3 that are in the red of the next World Cup involved this weekend. He will be 36 at the next World Cup, currently 34. And Peter the Toy is joining him in the back row. But if you look at the other players, for example, involved, Kwaka Smith in the orange next World Cup, no issues there whatsoever. Kobus Reinach, now this is where it gets interesting because a lot of people complained last week that it was because of the older players. Kobus Reinach is the joint oldest player in the squad at the moment and was arguably our best player last weekend. So this is why I also say it's not as easy as just looking at an age and just deciding they're not good enough. You've got to look at a more case-by-case basis. Yes, when players get sort of 35, they're now kind of entering the twilight stage of their career. You've then got to look more case-by-case basis to kind of understand which players are still performing at the highest level, which players aren't. Because Kobus Reinach had a really strong game and showed that he could still play at this level. If we then look at God Williams, for example, he's in the orange. If we look at our fly-off options, for example, Mani and Sasha are both actually in the green for the next World Cup. Damien Delendi is in the red. He's not involved this weekend. Billy Leroux in the red. He's not involved this weekend. If you look at the backs that are involved in this weekend, Mani in the green, Sasha in the green, Andre in the orange, Ethan Hooker in the green, Cheslin Colby in the orange, Apele Fassi in the green, Damien Willemse in the green, Kane Moody in the green. So especially our forwards, but I mean our backlines, but even to a certain degree our forwards, this is a side this weekend that could very well be all involved in the World Cup, for example. And obviously we've got so many players who will still play a part. Jason Creel, Damon Delendi, Eben Etzebeth, maybe Frans Mahobe when he comes back from injury, for example. You know, I still think Five de Klerk's got a lot to give this side as well. But the main thing is that this weekend is a different age profile to last weekend. Last weekend, our average age was, I think, 29.5. Ironically, New Zealand's was 28.5. So everybody complaining about the fact that, oh, it's an old team and this is why we can't perform. There was a 1 year age difference in the average age of the two squads. But most people don't want to hear that. And I think that we've become too obsessed with age. Go back 10 years ago, the best players played, regardless of age, the best players played. And then there was an accusation, a lot of people accusing Rassie Erasmus of devaluing the Springbok jersey by giving so many players an opportunity. So it's funny how the coach who has given more opportunities, more caps, retained more squads than any other Springbok coach in history is now being accused of not rotating enough, not giving youngsters a chance, and not building squad depth, which he definitely is, if you just take a step back and actually look at everything from a whole picture. But we're definitely starting to see a change of the guard. We're definitely not going to see the players in the red here playing 12, 13 games a year. That I think is the reality. And in that, we're now starting to see a new generation come through, which is really exciting. Like Ethan Hooker, for example, who is going to be 24 at the next World Cup. Kenny Moody's going to be 24 at the next World Cup. Safan Gomez is going to be 25 at the next World Cup. You've got the likes of Fassi, Damian Willemse. They'll all be in their 20s. Miley Bok will be at 30. Monica van den Berg, for example, will be 29. So there's plenty of players who are going to be in the green, and they kind of ideally want to be at sort of 27, 28. That's kind of your ideal peak age as a rugby player. And that's kind of the age you want a lot of our squad, or a substantial part of our squad, to be in and around come the next World Cup. What do you think, though? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Make sure you just stay nice and close together. That's the one. Give me the thumbs up if you're ready. Cool. Who would like to kick? Do you want to kick off the flick?
I guess first of all, Leroy, congrats on the being named. What were the first emotions and thoughts when you were told you were starting?
Yeah, the heart definitely started going, and then I just want to tell my parents and partner. Pretty special moment for not only me but them too. So yeah, it was just excitement.
Can you just talk about, I guess, a little bit about your rise? You've come through the sevens program into NPC and Super Rugby, but did you ever expect you'd get to this point?
It was always a dream, like every Kiwi kid. Took a route that some people in this team have as well, going through the sevens program, and that definitely helped me a lot. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that program. So yeah, grateful for that, and yeah, I guess it's just get to live out my dream on Saturday night. So yeah, exciting.
Samsoni, for you see what he's done, I guess, behind the scenes. It's super. What's he like, and how happy are you guys for him?
Yeah, obviously, I'm really stoked for him. Like you touched on, it's a dream come true for every Kiwi kid playing rugby growing up, and seeing him throughout the Super season at Chiefs working really hard in his craft, and he's given an opportunity, so really excited to see him go.
Leroy, I think Razor tagged you as the fastest man in New Zealand rugby. Can you give us any insight around your 40-metre times or anything like that?
I think that was just picked up on the old GPS. I haven't run a 40-metre with time for a while, but it's just all on the GPS bibs that we got on the back of our jerseys. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised when he said I was the fastest in NZ. We got a lot of speedsters around there, so yeah.
That's obviously a big weapon to your game, using that pace on the outside.
Yeah, try to be, yeah. You got to be pretty quick, I guess, if you want to be a winger. Otherwise, you're probably going to get skinned a couple of times. So, yeah, try to use it to my advantage.
And yeah, the bokke nickname, what's the game behind that?
There's a couple of stories that go around, but Justin Marshall's commentary, Boomfa, and then yeah, just thought it was crack up, and then yeah, sort of just grew. Yeah.
Leroy, how's sevens in your time in that program? How do you think that's made you a better 15s player?
Yeah, it just made me a professional, I guess. I was playing NPC and then going back to work, so I was playing for the Steamers for 3 months of the year, then going back and being a Sparky, and yeah, the sevens environment just gave me a professional contract where I could just focus on rugby. So all the little things, nutrition, planning, all that little stuff, yeah, that's helped me a lot.
And does it feel like, I guess, your experience and playing in some big moments and big arenas and so forth, kind of has you kind of a bit more ready for what will be a big moment for you on Saturday night?
Yeah, I'd hope so. You know, I played in some pretty big matches. Paris Olympics was a pretty big occasion, so hopefully that'll help you out. But you know, it's playing for the All Blacks. You know, nations on your shoulders, so it's going to be a new experience altogether. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it though.
Test debut against the Boks, it probably doesn't get any better. What
Yeah.
are you expecting from them?
Physicality, big boys. Yeah, unpredictable. The lot, but you know that's what we play rugby for. You know, those big moments, and yeah, I'm just really excited for it. Can't wait.
Sonny was back here in Wellington. You had that Achilles injury. Can you just sort of reflect on the journey to get back into the All Blacks after that, and what it was like having so long now?
Yeah, obviously injury is part of rugby, and it was unfortunate that for me that happened here in Wellington, and but we touched on it with Chase as well. It's helped me a lot for the last year coming back, but we addressed it as coming forward and being a better version before I got injured. So yeah, it's really exciting. Obviously played here before against the French, and to be back here is a good place to be, and I think we're really excited to be out there and play footy. So
Do you feel like you're back to your best now, and you know, so ready for this start?
yeah, I feel like my body's in good spot. I'm confident in my Achilles, and I'm really just raring to go, and yeah, can't wait to be out there and yeah, play footy.
Sorry, just last week in Auckland, big contest at line-out time on both sides. Is there a plan to keep things a little bit more simple? The set piece became a real contest area last week.
Yeah, obviously playing the Springboks is one of their massive strength, set piece, scrum and line-up. More so, we've done our homework, we've done our review, we'll be better. It's going to be a big challenge for us, as it always is with any test match, so we'll come ready. We've done our homework, we're ready to go out there and put pressure on them and use it to our advantage, so yeah, exciting.
You're wearing number 11, Cheslin Colby wearing 14. Is quite a bit of similarity in your paths to test rugby. What similarities do you see between yourselves as players?
Yeah, obviously came through the sevens as well, which is cool, and he's a great player. He's one of the great wingers at the moment. So I guess for me that's just another challenge that I'm really excited for, and yeah, just like really can't wait to just compete and compete against them. Yeah.
How much work have you had to put into the high ball, given the way the Boks particularly played last week, I guess?
Yeah, there's a lot of work. We do it. We know what they're going to bring, Springboks. Lots of high balls and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we make sure we get through it in trainings, and yeah, come Saturday we'll be ready for that.
The number 11 jersey, the number 11 black jersey has been obviously worn by so many massive players and personalities in this team. Is there anything that you think about when you said to put that on Saturday night?
Yeah, 100%. There's been so many legends wear that jersey. John Olomu, Joe Rokothoko, just Reeks. So yeah, I guess just another proud moment to be able to wear that 11 with silver fern on the front. It's pretty special.
Many family members coming down to Raleigh?
It's a good crew coming down. I think there's about 18 of them. Mum, dad and partners coming down tomorrow. So
asking for tickets?
Yeah. A lot of I've been hustling the boys to get some of their free tickets because it's burning a bit of a hole in the old pocket, So.
Sonny, what happened with that scrum when they got you for the tight head, and how much work's gone on this week to kind of being ready for those type of moments?
Yeah, obviously it was it's never going to happen again. Being in the all black, that's just not our standard, and obviously work on it this whole week. We'll be ready for it, and if the moment arises again, we'll be taking it with both hands, because I think Chase touched on at the start of the week, it's never going to happen again. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Is the scrum battle against the Boks, is that one of the great contests in rugby?
Yeah, obviously they rely on that to get momentum in the game, and But I backed our boys. Our forward back is going to be up for the challenge, and we're working really hard, and we can't wait for the challenge.
Leroy, you're renowned for winning turnovers. You're not the biggest bloke, but you're willing to put your head in some pretty dark places. Where does that mindset come from?
Yeah, I guess that's a bit of the sevens again, eh? You got to be guess an all-rounder on the circuit. So yeah, got to learn that, craft that skill a lot through my 3 years with the sevens, and yeah, it's helped me out a bit in this Super Series. So yeah.
Right, that's it, team. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Rassie Erasmus has named his team for the second test, and he has made some massive decisions. Cheslin Colby and Caden Moody, the only players remaining in the backline that started over the past weekend, but Cheslin Colby, the only player starting in the same position he did on Saturday, and it's a very bold call. Still no 6-2 split from Rassie Erasmus, no bomb squad on the bench, and I'll tell you what, it is a seriously young backline. You take away Kobus Reinach and Cheslin Colby, and it's youth on youth. It's players playing in new positions. And I'll tell you what, if you're Scott Robertson, you would not have predicted this side. And this is going to make preparation, I think, for the All Blacks very interesting indeed. If we look at the starting lineup as well, the pack, a couple of tweaks and a couple of interesting calls on the bench as well. Lots of people have been accusing Rassie Erasmus of not having rotated the squad, not giving the younger players or different type of players an opportunity. This is a very much rotated side that has been picked to kind of throw them to the wolves, I think. I think this is very interesting to see some of the thinking, because it shows you how some of the different players are being considered in different positions to maybe what we sort of thought that might be. And it's going to be interesting to see how they perform. This could go very badly. Let's call a spade a spade. It could go very badly. However, if this goes well, what a test it could be, and what a moment it would be for SA Rugby if we can rotate this much, try these new players, and still get a result in Wellington. Let's have a look, shall we? So in the starting lineup, an unchanged front row: Oxenchair, Malcolm Marx, Thomas Tutoy will pack down in the starting lineup. We've got to see a much better performance from Malcolm Marx, the lineouts, and I think that probably necessitates the locks that we have picked. Incredibly interesting. See Luat Diaga in the number 4 jersey, Ruan Lockyer in the number 5 jersey. I don't think Luat Diaga's ever actually started in the number 4 jersey. I've never really seen him play there, to be honest. So it's an interesting call. Ruan Lockyer is undroppable at the moment, but those are two seriously good line operators that will be on the park at the same time as we try and fix our back line. We've then got Siya Kolisi, Peter Step-Toy, Jasper Wiese as our back row. As expected, Jasper Wiese, back from suspension, does come straight into the starting lineup, and I think he'll be a big point of difference this weekend, getting over the advantage line, bringing that physicality, and being quite confrontational. As I predicted, actually, the Kobus Reinach, Sasha Fine Zulu combination does start. Ethan Hooker gets a chance at 11. No Maxwell Mapimpi. So going with the youth and giving him an opportunity. He came on and had a bit of a tough game over the weekend, but they back him. What's interesting is that previously they've always spoken about him as a center, but now they're going to put him on the wing, and big physicality there on the wing as well. I mean, he's not slow by any means, but a different type of player than an Edward van der Merwe, a Kurtley Arendse, for example. He's not out and out pace. He's got a lot of physicality. He can get over the advantage line and a pretty good skill set to match as well. This center combination is exciting. It gets me really excited. Damian Willemse, Caden Moody in the centers. Big call to put Caden Moody at center after 2 tough games on the wing. He has been very good at outside center though this year. He had a very strong game against Italy, and is really growing in that role for the Boks. I thought for the Bulls, to be honest, I think he had tough times at outside center, but for the Boks, he's been really consistent. I don't think he's ever actually lost a game there, but it's a big call, nevertheless. And Damian Willemse at 12. Well, the biggest problem the Boks have always had, and the reason why we've never seen Damian Willemse at 12, is we've got so much good center depth. This is a big call. I love Damian Willemse at 12. I really do. I've often said I think it's his best position. I think that for the Boks, he's the best at 15, because you can't drop a Damien Delendi, let alone, and then Andre Estes as well. But I love Damian Willemse at 12. I think it gets him on the ball more. He's a player that always gets over the advantage line. He's got a kicking game in him as well. He's got a distribution game, having played a lot of rugby at fly half, and he's defensively very sound. So different type of player than Damian De'Lendi, but I think it's his best position. When he's playing well at 12 for the Stormers, he's phenomenal. And I know he's a player that maybe is short in confidence, but maybe this is exactly the type of thing that needs to happen. Get him on the ball. Get him close to the action. Let him get into the trenches, really, and try and build up that form. Because you can't hide at 12. Not that you can really hide at 15, but you can probably hide more at 15 than you can at 12. 12, you're in the thick of it. So I think that's a very cool move as well. And I play Lefasi in at 15. That's a no-brainer. I think we were always going to see a change at 15. If we look at the bench, huge call. No Andre Pollard. No if in emergency break glass for the Boks. They're not looking to try and edge the game off towards the end, take the threes, try and build, try and sort of sneak a win. No, they are going all-out attack in that second half. Marnus van der Merwe comes onto the bench. Jan-Hendrik Wessels swaps the 16 for the 17. Wilco Low retains the number 18 jersey. Archie Sneeman comes in, which means no Eben Etzebeth as they look to try and rotate and keep fresh different players. They didn't mention anybody actually being injured in the press release, so this is all purely rotational as far as we understand. And, even, for example, Damian De'Lendi, we worried about injuries. Nothing of the sort being mentioned in the press release. So, Archie Sneeman, Kwaka Smith, your 2 forward replacements, although you do have an Andre Estes and in your sort of hybrid player. So, this could be deployed as a 6-2 split. Grant Williams, Marnie Liebach, how exciting is that? And the backing to give Marnie Liebach the keys in the second half. What I think is so cool about this team is that it's so adaptable if you look at the back line. You could put Andre Esterhuizen on the flank. You could put Andre Esterhuizen at 12. You could shift Damon Willemse to 15, for example. You could shift Sasha Magomazulu to 15 and put Miley Bok at 10. There's so many different ways. If things are going bad and Ethan Hooker's struggling, you can shift Jason Colby to the wing, Ape Fassi to the wing, Sasha or Damien to 15, Andre to 12, for example, Marnie to 10. So it's a very versatile backline. And I do think that hopefully what we're predicting are to be drier conditions in Wellington. This is a team that can really up the ante and maybe go toe-to-toe with the All Blacks from a running game perspective. In terms of what Rassie Erasmus actually said about the team, he said, this is an exciting team which we believe will provide us with the forward power we require and spark in the backline against a quality All Blacks side. We've maintained consistency in selection to a large degree in the last few matches, but apart from that, what we feel some of the players can add to our attack, we'd like to see what players can do against the top-ranked team in the world. And that's what I'm saying, in terms of throwing into the wolves, right? Are you guys ready? Are you guys in the World Cup picture? Can you guys play in these positions? Go and show me against the number 1 ranked team in the world. He said, this is a vital match for our Castle Lager Rugby Championship campaign, and we feel some fresh legs and energy are what we need to come away with the desired result. He said, every player in the squad knows we believe in them and back them, and this will serve us a great occasion for them to show us what they're capable against a team such as the All Blacks. They've all done the job for us against some of the top teams in the world earlier this year, and others over the last few years, and we know they'll relish the opportunity to face New Zealand in their backyard. It's bold, it's big, I like it, to be honest. I like it, I really do. I think it's brave, and maybe we might not get the result, but I think, the Rugby Championship is already a bit of a vertical as a failure. The big one for us was trying to win at Eden Park, and I think that this, look, at the end of the day, losing 2 games in a row could be a disaster and would be a big worry. But if we can get a good result, if this team rocks up, then what we could get out of this game would be absolutely massive. But what do you think? Let me know down in the comments below.
Questions from
the floor, yeah. Thank you, Juliet. Cheers. Afternoon all. Welcome to Wellington. Tropical as it is. Just firstly like to start off that Luke Jacobson and Caleb Clark joined the team. Rejoin the team, and George Bell comes in as recover for Cody Taylor. Just a shout out to a Kirrell Black Ferns team. Great performance, and we get to have a double header this week, don't we, with against South Africa. So we wish them all the best from the All Blacks. And just for this week, new start, new week for us. Coming here, obviously we had a great test at Eden Park. Our focus goes straight into Wellington and improve as a team for another torrid battle.
How's the morning?
Amoni's still getting checked out and he's very sore. So we're waiting for an update on him, but he's very sore.
Coach, the aspects of the performance that needed to be worked on this week, is it very clear? And can you share with us what you focused on?
Yeah, of course. When you're in a game like that and you're playing the same team again, there's some clear areas that you can improve in, and there's opportunities you can see. And obviously, got back to a tight test match in the end, and what we can do, from game management sort of stuff, and also some areas, set piece areas. A lot of the stuff that was really good, but there was main focus around set piece and keep creating opportunities.
If I can ask you about the first 2 tries, they looked to be off really pre-planned moves. Yeah, are you able to tell us how far in advance they were pre-planned and who deserves the most credit for thinking those ones up?
It's a combination between Jason Holland and Brent Evans. They put a little bit of work in and see where you can find a little seam or opportunity, and then you've got to execute it. That's the exciting part. And we, two moments where people with deadly execution, line out throw and a nice little inside ball or a cross kick, you practice them and then you put them into play, and it's always great when those come off.
Scott Clark has come back in. How impressed or have you guys been with what you've seen for him playing for Auckland?
Yeah, he's had a couple of really, really solid games. It's the first time he's been in an environment for a couple of months now. So, yeah, it's good just to reintroduce himself, and we're pleased he's got a couple of games. I think it's important when someone's been away for a couple of months out of the game, they get 2 games in a row back to back to give themselves confidence, their bodies are ready. So we're pleased that he's come back in good condition.
Just on the loosies, we saw obviously Tupou move back to the lock, but how I guess excited are you guys at sort of what you've unlocked with Simon Parker at 6 for you guys?
Yeah, Simon, he's taking his opportunity in 2 test matches. Step straight up to the mark. Some players do it really, really well. They're given an opportunity and they take it. He's pretty unfazed sort of a guy. He's pretty laid back, and he does his core role really well, just does his job under pressure, and that's what we're pleased about. He just keeps continuing to do it, and led the tackle count again and was physical.
And can you just talk to Tupou about his versatility? I know you see him as a flanker and a lock, but just how impressed you were with him moving to another position and doing really well again?
Well, he is a lock that can play 6, and he can finish there, and that's the great thing about it. Then you get depth in your pack if you get an early injury, and then you've got one of the locks that can go out. It's pretty unique, and it's loose forwards don't really like going in, so it's good to have someone go the other way. And he's just a great athlete and can swap between the 2, and obviously his performance as a lock where he, it is his preferred, but he's happy to go to 6 whatever the team needs.
Was the Safa or Moore available, Scott?
No, he wasn't.
Is that just a bit of bad luck, bad run with him with injuries at
Yeah. Yes, he's with HIA at the moment.
Yeah, okay. And just in terms of the hooking depth, are you confident that Samasoni can step up and with George and Brody as well, that you've got sufficient depth there with those?
Yeah, Samasoni's been all back for a long period of time. He'll tweak his game to make some adjustments where he can get a little bit better for this weekend, and he played majority of the games for us this year, so he's good to go. George Bell's been in and around the environment, and Brody's been with us for a long time. So look, they're great, great scrummagers, good line out throwers, and they know their way around the field.
And any of the injured halfbacks a chance this weekend?
Noah Hotham comes back into the picture as an option, which is good to get a couple come the other way. And Cam's tracking well, but he won't be ready for this weekend.
Scott, one of the hardest things in sport is backing up
a
great performance with another great performance. So how do you go about making sure the guys are on the right level in terms of their focus and motivation, etc. this week?
Well, firstly, acknowledging that as humans, your ability to get a performance up here and in the height, to do it again, why you're doing it, why you're playing, and what's important to you. So we'll tap into that.
And you expected some changes from the Springboks this week in terms of their team?
Yes. the way Razzie operates. He's got a squad he trusts and gives guys opportunities, so yeah, I do.
Do you expect them to tweak their game plan at all? Do you think we'll see something similar that we saw at Eden Park?
I think there'll be variations in their game plan. They'll have a little bit of innovation like they did last week, but they call the DNA. We know what it's like, but we can expect a little bit of everything, like one-off plays and stuff, but I think the fundamentals will be the same for them.
Is Russell announcing his team today instead of Tuesday or Thursday probably a reaction to what transpired over the weekend?
Say that again, sorry?
Is Russell naming his team today?
He is naming it today, is he?
Is it probably a reaction to what transpired?
Tonight.
Did we know that?
Yeah.
Oh, he's had a couple of late nights, hasn't he? That's oh, sorry. Excuse me. I probably should have known that. I wasn't briefed on that. Yeah. Okay. Great. We'll find out tonight, and that's what you love about him, isn't it? You just don't know what's coming. Outstanding.
Do you feel that it's just a reaction to what transpired on Saturday, with the fact that he was quite disappointed with the outcome of the game and did say that there will be changes in the way that you've intimated?
Oh, look, I can't talk about what was happening in those meetings and the reaction to it, but he's definitely got a strong will, and obviously he thinks it's best for the Springbok team to go early.
Are you happy with the opposition name their team on a Monday? Does that give you an advantage at all?
Oh, look, they've been doing it for a while now. It's not new. It's not the first time they've done it. So for them, it works. It gives you a little bit of awareness and might help you in one or two areas, but you don't go and change too much because of that.
Just going back to what Joe was mentioning about backing up, given how much hype got put on last week's game and given how both teams did actually acknowledge it, what is the kind of theme for this week to make sure that you can peak again?
Do you want me to give you the theme?
Oh, no.
It's on Monday. I get you. Oh, I think that the big thing for us is like I said, the acknowledgement of it. You're up here, you've got to get back up there. What's it going to take internally for us? What's those drivers that get you there? And you've got to be there on Saturday. That's the key thing, the timing of it, how you're emotionally connected to this game. It's a sold-out crowd. Wellingtonians are going to be having long lunches. They're going to be walking into that Cape Town expecting another performance from us, just as we will of ourselves.
And given that the only changes, at least we're anticipating out of you, are going to be entry enforced, how happy are you right now with the way the group is?
Oh, look, we're really pleased. I think the players that have come in and performed, you have a project over a 4-year period, and you got to win and learn. And I think the results we've had this year, a lot of the guys that have come in have performed, and whatever the scores are, and it's a testament to your environment and how you set people up to make their step up, as I mentioned before. So look, we're really pleased with that, and we're creating some really good depth and experience.
Did South Africa throw anything at you guys that surprised you on Saturday?
Not really. We just knew they wouldn't go away. It was going to go from the first moment to the last moment, and it did. They're tough, resilient. They care for their jersey, so that's what we found out right through the whole game. But the physicality is just what it is every time.
Do you expect them to sort of take this week a bit more personal, given what happened on Saturday with that loss?
Oh, it always happens, doesn't it? If you win one week and then or you lose, it depends how you feel. There'll be a bit of hurt there, and that's just the natural part of the game when you don't get your result.
And just on Emani, obviously he's hurting, physically with the injury, but another unlucky injury from him. We've seen that throughout his career. How disappointed are you guys, but also is he as well?
Look, I talked to him last night. He had a great little cameo, didn't he? He had a couple of nice touches. I was just really pleased for him. He trained extremely well and took the opportunity that he had. So we wish him all well wishes and best of health.
Didn't have to pull George Bell out of Shield celebrations to get him up here?
Not quite. He's really pleased he got here as soon as he could.
Just one last thing, just on kicking off the tee. Was there any reason? What was the reason behind Bodie not taking any of the kicks off the tee?
Ooh, doing some homework. He was the best kicking Barrett. In the warm-up, Bodie handed over to him. Just felt like Geordie was having a little bit of better timing. So it was a good opportunity, wasn't it? And sometimes you want other kickers to kick. So if Bodie's not on there, had a good week of kicking, and it gives us a little bit of depth.
And then Damien taking over the kicking once he came on, was that as well, just Geordie passing that over?
Yeah, sharing it round and got the job done.
Awesome.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
You can, media, just push back a wee bit your circle so that we're not looking too sideways.
No.
Thank you, Dave. Wee bit. So that side of the microphones, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, you've all seen the team, which has the embargo lifting as we speak, so we'll fire away. Do you want to kick us off, Matt?
Scott, was it a tough team to pick? What did you wrestle with as you settled on your group this week? And obviously injuries, the reaction to the injuries were paramount.
Yeah, you'll see there's a balance of combinations. Guys that played well last week, and a little bit of continuity, but also some skill sets for this weekend. Obviously, Roy Carter gets a go on the wing, and we keep D-Mac at fullback, so Will can play on the other wing, which gives us really good backfield coverage. And we know that it's going to come again, the aerial battle, and it's a great balance. And the other tough one's probably the loose forwards. There's some really good performances there, but we've got a couple of guys that we could have easily picked for this test match. For a double header. So
Tell us about Leroy. What sort of compelled you to look at him this week when I guess you did have some other options?
He's trained incredibly well. He complements that back three. He's great at the kick chase, extremely quick, and his work rate is good as they come. So we're excited by it. Yeah, he'll give us a really good balance.
Does he bring anything different to the wingers that we have around him?
Look, he's about that big, and he's fast, and he's got some great hops. And he competes. We just think it's a great opportunity for him this weekend. He's been superb for us at training and had a great year, and now's his time.
And he's obviously come through the 7 system. How good is it to see that pathway, shifting over to 15s as well?
Yeah, it's not uncommon. You look at the French with Villiers and Cheslin, Arendez, and a lot of the 7s players are coming through even for Australia, so it's definitely an avenue. They come back, and as you know, there's not a massive amount of kicking in 7s. There's a lot of passing and running and great defence. So look, he's filled that skill set that's required over this super season.
Scott, there was so much talk of records and history
in
Auckland.
Yeah.
Having won that game, does it feel like there's a little bit of a cloak that's been lifted, and that you can play with a little bit more freedom with that one out of the way?
They've been, South Africans have beaten us twice. The last time, 2 times we've played here, so that's another record you've got to be mindful of. In our preparation, and our focus has been on getting back to the capital and keeping our form. We've got to improve. We know that with these double heavers, you've got to improve week to week. We've learnt that just recently. So our focus has been on a performance that we're proud of here.
I know you focusing on yourselves. Were you surprised at the number of changes that the Springboks have made in their back division?
Surprised by Russie. I think that's the first thing. You don't get surprised by him yet. You wait what comes out, and you know he's picked that team to win it. They've picked those teams for those players for their strengths. So we're aware of their strengths. And then you go back to your own, and what's going to be required for us to win this test match. But there's a little bit of method behind it all.
What pleased you most technically about your performance last weekend?
Technically, probably the physicality. After the mindset that we had, both teams went toe to toe, didn't they? There was the physicality side of it, but just to execute the opportunities that we did have, and be disciplined enough at the end of the game to great opportunities to close it out.
Can you explain the decision to drop Rico from the 23?
We've given another player an opportunity. My job's to build depth in the team, and it's Leroy's chance.
And with Noah fit, what was the reason for him coming in? Because Finley had a good game last weekend.
Yeah, Noah's a great athlete, and he's come back in good condition. Would be the best thing for him just to start this test and with Finn to finish.
Was Leroy on the radar at all 12 months ago?
12 months?
Yeah, just like last year before he decided to commit to Super Rugby, was he a player that the All Blacks at all were considering?
We knew he was there. We knew from his NPC form, and he could play a few positions, and because he could, he can cover midfield and wing and halfback. And we thought as soon as he committed to, sign for Super, and he wanted to get through the World Cup, the Olympics, and make that decision, we thought, here we go, we're going to have a look. He's got a point of difference.
And given his experience on those big events, does he provide a point of difference to some of the other newcomers? Does he feel like someone who is further ahead than them, just in terms of dealing with the pressure of playing on the world stage in any way?
Can you answer that question again? Sorry, that was it. Yeah.
He's a newcomer, maybe his test debut, but does he bring a point of difference to other newcomers because he's got that experience of playing on the world stage?
Oh yeah, look, he's been real. He's mature. He's 26, 27. So he's had some hard knocks. He's, like I said, he's played some big games, some big events with the Sevens, and then he comes into this with, you'll get to have a chat to him and ask him himself, but he goes by his work, and training well is part of our selection policy, and he's done that. So, like all the players that we've picked, we believe he'll step up.
Have there been any lessons this week between how you've approached the second test, given what happened between Cordoba and Buenos Aires, just how you approached that game? Have you taken any lessons out of that two-match swing?
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty unique, playing teams two back to back. It doesn't really happen that often, especially at Test rugby, And yeah, look, we're pretty clear on remembering what we learnt and the conversations between coaches, leaders, and all management. What's required to not just back performance up, but to be actually better.
On Saturday night, you said Jason Ryle have some drills for the scrums.
Yeah.
How have the few days of training transpired around the scrum area?
Oh, there's a technical element, and there's also a little bit of a mindset element that we've looked into. And then obviously you look at to the ref as well, the interpretation of it. So we've done our homework on it and had a good week pushing.
So you've talked a wee bit about the inevitability of South Africa peppering you with high balls.
Yeah.
Changes they've made, though, you'd have to be thinking that they've got a lot more variety potential if they want to use that.
Yeah, the skill set's changed. Obviously, Kelly going probably a bit more balance to the game, which they can keep the ball in hand and trust the speed and their athletes that they've picked. So, you prepare for both. And look, forecast looks pretty good, but we'll just check it day to day here in Wellington.
How close did you consider Caleb and Lester around, I guess, two guys that haven't played a lot of football recently? How close are they to being on the cusp of selection?
Caleb's just come back into the environment for a long time out. Look, he's had a couple of great games and did everything he needs to. Turned up on late on Monday, and we just felt the best thing for him is just get his feet underneath him and have a good training week. And obviously Leicester's played a lot of midfield over in Toulon, and we just felt the balance for this week is someone that's been in with the group for a long period of time, and they're close calls, those.
What do you want to see from Rico? I mean, obviously he's a guy that's been a regular starter for the All Blacks for a while. He's now missed out on the 23. What's his, from a coach's point of view, what's his next move that you want to see?
Yeah, look, Rico, there'll be a lot of one-on-one technical stuff that every player has to grow in their game, and we've obviously given him a crack at wing. His work ethic, his work off the ball has been incredible, and there'll be a few touches that we need to improve, which he's well aware of.
Scott, you touched on Leroy and obviously how quick and explosive he is. We know what Will Jordan and Dean can offer. Can you just talk about, I guess, the excitement and the dynamic of the back three this week?
Yeah, it was, with DMAC coming on early on into the test match, gave us a really good balance, gave us ability to have 2 or 3 pivots on the pitch, and it also allowed us, Will Jordan to play a little bit differently. So, and obviously with Ruben coming off the bench, gives us a really good balance. We still think it'll be an aerial game, but we've still got a lot of speed and finishes, which South Africa have as well. So it's a good balance for us. Okay, thank you everyone. Cheers.
Thanks, Gina. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Sia. My question is for Sia. Sia, I understand after last week there's probably a bit of extra intensity and tension in the camp. If you can compare this, say, to a World Cup final, where would you rate this? How intense and how much pressure is in the camp this week?
Well, we like it's obviously it's intense. We all know that, but I mean we have to also keep our heads. It's the same as you play in the World Cup final. You don't do preparations different to any game. You prepare exactly the same. I mean, so nothing has changed our way. We know how much pressure there is in the game already, so we don't need to add any more. So we've prepared properly, having Sasha take charge of the team, and obviously Rowan and Lord taking care of the line out, but nothing has been done that's special or out of the norm that we've done, because we've never done anything different to any game that we've won before or any big game that we've played in.
Francois?
Thank you, Zee. Morning, Steve. Morning, Sia. Steve, just a question for you about just the unfortunate news of former Springbok Bevan Fortuyn's passing yesterday. I remember back when you were Eastern Province captain, I think Bevan was assistant coach or still player coach at SVD the year that Eastern Province beat them in that final in George. Just a word on him. You're playing against him, and also of the player that he was.
Yeah, Francois. When I had the news yesterday, it was very, very sad. And once again, the first thing that I thought about after I had the news was to think about his boy. I know how close he is with his boy. I know how supportive he was with his boy, for his boy, and his wife. So at that age, they still had some great years ahead between them as a family. And now to lose a father, at the age of 46, it's very, very sad, and it's really, really heartbreaking to lose a father at a young age. And I feel for his family, and I'm broken, and condolences to him and his family. And the only thing I can say for now is to God to protect the family, to protect the wife, to protect the son. I know it's going to be tough times for the family. But yeah, once again, condolences to their family.
Great.
Thank you, Coach Dick.
Thanks, Nina. Morning or evening, gentlemen. Either one of you, but maybe Sia, I feel there's certain comparisons in this match to Wellington 2018. I know it was early in the Rassie era, but I mean, just in terms of how important it is to lay down a marker, to give the players who, are looking ahead to 2027 that kind of confidence and a line in the sand moment. Do you think there are certain comparisons to Wellington 2018 in this game, and even Wellington 2019 for that matter?
Well, I think this game is big by itself for the fact that when we want to win and stay in the Rugby Championship, also there's the Freedom Cup in there. But I think also for these guys that are getting the opportunity for the first time here in New Zealand to also be able to get an opportunity like this, and also to feel what it feels like to win on tour. And I think that will give the guys a lot of confidence, and I think a lot of group had done it before. So yeah, it's a different game, but it's important as well in many different ways.
Thanks.
Ken?
Thanks, Gina. Morning. Good day, guys.
How's it going?
Sia, for you, it's obviously an all-new, very exciting backline. But if if the All Blacks counter-ruck and dominate the breakdown like they did last weekend, they're not going to be able to show their magic at all. Obviously, Jasper Wiese's return helps, but how are you guys going to beef up your presence at the breakdowns and stop those counter-rucks?
We definitely learned from the previous game. We saw the strategy they have, and we made plans for that. And yeah, we will be ready for it this weekend. And I don't think they will change the way they played last week. But yeah, it's good to have Yassi back. But they also have backs who do counter the breakdown. Leroy, who came from the sevens, we saw clips of him. He also gets in the breakdown too, coming from the sevens thing. So it's not just the forwards; it's also the backline players. So yeah, we are well prepped for it. We know we weren't good enough. Most of the breakdowns in the game, especially the exit ones as well, they came in pretty hard for our breakdown last week. So we did work on it, and we obviously learned from it last week.
Mike?
How's it, Stocker? How's it, Sia? Sia, just what was the feeling amongst the group after that match? Was it one of frustration that it was a missed opportunity, a game that you could have won? And then did the review provide sort of obvious things that are fixable, and have you been able to sort of fix them in training?
Yeah, it was tough to see. I mean, to create 13 opportunities in the 22s and not take, we only took 2 of them. The opportunity, we only took 2 opportunities. You don't get that. Some teams get that maybe in a year, and you really get that against All Blacks. And we just saw how we stuffed it up, and a lot of it was by our own doing, and that was a difficult part, in that game. So it was frustrating watching it after, and sometimes with an individual error, or this one, it was one after the other. So that was tough to watch, but yeah, hopefully we learn from it and we can fix it this weekend when we get opportunities and take them. They didn't get a lot, but the ones that they had, they took them.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Carl, is that you enough? Great.
No, it needs to move.
Yes, there's laat. There's laat. Kom, fix your thing.
Wat gaan dan niet? Is it not touchscreen?
It's good.
Zikom? Oh yeah.
I think Grant wanted to go next.
Say, let's go, Grant. Let's go. I think I'm gonna take over from Z. I'll take over from Z. Let's go, Grant.
Smolweni, guys.
Short, my boss.
Simatanda, how's it? I just wanted to ask you in terms of the development of the side, how would you assess the blend between youth and experience and tiers out from the World Cup? Do you think there's some learnings?
Yeah, it's good. I think the mixture of the team is really good. I think a lot of the guys that everybody's looking at our backline saying this is youngsters, a lot of the guys have played here before, and some of them have won 2 World Cups. A guy like Gaza, Sasha has played a couple of games. I think they also have guys who haven't had any games, who have less than double-digit games. So people are looking at it as if there's these youngsters who've just been thrown in. They've experienced this kind of level. If you look at the test caps and how many guys we have, it's not like a new team, but it's just that it's new when you don't see the regular names that you see each and every single time. It's been a thing for the team where every single person is getting an opportunity. And yes, this game is important. They're not just been thrown in there to learn. We're going to this game to win. They're coming in because they've got a different skill set that the coach wants to see for this specific weekend. And for the forwards, it's a strong pack who's played before to get a lot of experience in there. And the guys in the backline, they got to do their thing, but they can only do what they can do if we get our stuff right at the forwards, if we get them a front forward ball and get them good line-up balls. So it's a great mixture, and I'm looking forward to what the guys can do this weekend.
Any other questions? Craig, was that you? Craig?
Jacques van Jaarden.
Hello, Coach Dick. Hello, Sia. My question is for Sia. Sia, we've heard about these legendary scrum sessions midweek, and you guys try and make it even tougher than the match. with Coach Don. So my question is, how did that young front row go this week of Jan Hendrik, Marnus and Wilco? Were they looking good and ready to come on and make a bit of an impact in that second half?
Oh, it was,
Good luck,
was
guys.
tough. Thank you. It was tough. It was tough. The scrum sessions this week, it was, yeah. Both packs put in the hard work, and I think we got what we needed to get out of it. It's never about who's going to dominate the other. We want to give our best to make sure that we're both covered and ready for the game, and whoever plays at the time is ready for the game. So it was a good scrum session. It was very competitive, which was good, and I think the guys are ready for the game this weekend.
Ken?
Thanks, Ida. For Zondile, taking into account what Theo said about the backline, there is a bit of experience there. There are caps there, but just in terms of combinations and playing together, how happy are you that a week has been enough for them to gel, or have you guys actually been running together for a while now with that backline?
Yeah, Ken, I think if you look at the players in that backline, like Sia touched on it again, a lot of people don't realize these guys have been with us in our system for the past couple of years. You know, if you talk about Gaza is probably 27, he's already won 2 World Cups. You know, Sasha has been with us for the past 2 to 3 seasons. You know, I think the guy that I can say probably is slightly new in our system will probably be Ethan Hooker at wing, you know, but once again, also he deserves this opportunity. You know, we've tracked him, we've seen how he was performing for the Sharks, and one thing that I enjoy about him, besides his speed and physique, is his physical presence in the wider channels. You know, I think that's something that we're going to also need in the wider channels. You know, the All Blacks, they can be tough sometimes in the wider channels where they apply. You guys touch on the breakdown earlier on, you know. So I think Ethan will be able to handle some of those challenges in the wider channels. But once again, if I look at our backline, a lot of those players, they've been with us. They understand how we want to play the game. And once again, we keep on saying that it's a young backline. Probably what Sia mentioned, it's actually spot on. The fact that we're just so used to see certain names in our backline. But once again, we can't be, as a coaching staff, be too comfortable to always rely on same individuals, you know. So for me, I'm excited to see these guys getting an opportunity. And I like the balance of seeing guys like Cheslin Colby, you know, with Farsi at the back and Ethan Hooker, you know, which is those two guys, bit experience, you know, if I talk about Farsi and Cheslin, and then also having Kobus partnering with Sasha, you know, and Gaza has been one of our key players for the past couple of years. So I'm excited to see those guys, what they're going to do this coming weekend. But yeah, once again, we know it's not going to be easy playing the All Blacks away from home. And and once again, to be honest, I think it was clear what happened last week is that we gave them a lot of soft moments, you know, especially in that first 20 minutes, you know, where we gave them 2 soft tries. You know, I think for us to be able to win against them in New Zealand, I think we'll have to be at our best for 80 minutes. You know, you're talking about world-class players. If you give them an opportunity, they will punish you, you know. So that's the difference between a team like when we played against probably Georgia and Italy, you know, where we were not at our best, but we could still get away with certain things where we could win the game. But I think New Zealand, you have to make sure that you're clinical, and also the opportunities that you get, you have to convert them into points. So it's going to be vital for us tomorrow to make sure that we perform for full 80 minutes.
Robert, Duke?
Sia, I wanted to find out here, there were some questionable calls that were made by Carl Dixon last week. We had a meeting with the refereeing that will be in charge of the game tomorrow, that you were unhappy of certain moment that you felt that should have gone your way?
No, we had a meeting about the calls that we didn't make right in the game and the opportunity that we lost, because we can't control what happens in the game. I mean, there was some stuff that we planned to do in the game that we didn't get right. So to focus on the ref, it's not the right thing to do, because there are so many things that we could have done so that we could win the game. So I haven't had a meeting with Carl, and yeah, that's not my place. My place is to make sure the team is ready to go.
Just to help on that question also, we've got someone who's an expert in our coaching staff, in our management, in the presence of Jaco Paper, and that is normally when you talk about match officials, Papes deals with all the the match official meetings and all that stuff. We don't want to overload the players with a lot of stuff. You know, their job is to make sure that they focus on playing well on the weekend. Sia just said now, there were a couple of things I'm talking about now players, they didn't do well on the day, and things that we made sure that we're going to try and fix this weekend. But when it comes to match officials, you know, we always try to build a strong relationship with them. And so far it's been good, you know, so we trust Papes to handle that side. And yeah, hopefully things we can also fix the things that we needed to fix when it comes tomorrow, and then hopefully things will go according to our plan also.
Thank you, guys. That concludes the online.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Rassie Erasmus has named his team for the second test, and he has made some massive decisions. Cheslin Colby and Caden Moody, the only players remaining in the backline that started over the past weekend, but Cheslin Colby, the only player starting in the same position he did on Saturday, and it's a very bold call. Still no 6-2 split from Rassie Erasmus, no bomb squad on the bench, and I'll tell you what, it is a seriously young backline. You take away Kobus Reinach and Cheslin Colby, and it's youth on youth. It's players playing in new positions. And I'll tell you what, if you're Scott Robertson, you would not have predicted this side. And this is going to make preparation, I think, for the All Blacks very interesting indeed. If we look at the starting lineup as well, the pack, a couple of tweaks and a couple of interesting calls on the bench as well. Lots of people have been accusing Rassie Erasmus of not having rotated the squad, not giving the younger players or different type of players an opportunity. This is a very much rotated side that has been picked to kind of throw them to the wolves, I think. I think this is very interesting to see some of the thinking, because it shows you how some of the different players are being considered in different positions to maybe what we sort of thought that might be. And it's going to be interesting to see how they perform. This could go very badly. Let's call a spade a spade. It could go very badly. However, if this goes well, what a test it could be, and what a moment it would be for SA Rugby if we can rotate this much, try these new players, and still get a result in Wellington. Let's have a look, shall we? So in the starting lineup, an unchanged front row: Oxenchair, Malcolm Marx, Thomas Tutoy will pack down in the starting lineup. We've got to see a much better performance from Malcolm Marx, the lineouts, and I think that probably necessitates the locks that we have picked. Incredibly interesting. See Loet Diaga in the number 4 jersey, Ruan Lockyer in the number 5 jersey. I don't think Loet Diaga's ever actually started in the number 4 jersey. I've never really seen him play there, to be honest. So it's an interesting call. Ruan Lockyer is undroppable at the moment, but those are two seriously good line operators that will be on the park at the same time as we try and fix our back line. We've then got Siya Kolisi, Peter Step the Toy, Jasper Wiese as our back row. As expected, Jasper Wiese, back from suspension, does come straight into the starting lineup, and I think he'll be a big point of difference this weekend, getting over the advantage line, bringing that physicality, and being quite confrontational. As I predicted, actually, the Kobus Reinach, Sasha Fine Zulu combination does start. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports, and it is D-Day, as far as I'm concerned. The entire rugby championship for the Boks hinges on the next few hours, because a win today puts us right into the mix of winning the rugby championship. A loss pretty much means our chances are done. We're actually quite far below the other teams, currently in 4th place, in stone dead last, but a win today would completely change the tournament. Welcome to the stream, people. We've got a big couple of games ahead of us, a back-to-back South Africa versus New Zealand games, actually. And I want to start off by doing a check-in. Let me know where you're watching the match from, people. Let me know who you're supporting. Let's do a bit of a check-in. Let's do a worldwide bingo, where we try and sort of tick off all the different continents and stuff around the world and sort of see who is watching from where. And it's always interesting to sort of see kind of how many of these contents and the likes that we can kind of tick off. So get into the chat and let me know where you are watching from. Let me know who you're supporting. Make sure you subscribe as well to the channel. And welcome to the new people. We're on the road to 95,000 subscribers, on the road to 100,000 subscribers, trying to get those 800 or 750 to get to 95,000. If you are new to the channel, make sure that you get involved with my picks as well. We're going to be looking at the predictions in a little bit. That link is in the description, and you can go and do your score predictions and the likes of that. And we'll then have a look very shortly at what those are looking like and what everyone has to say. So in terms of kickoff, it is going to be in about 15 minutes time. It's about 20 minutes time, actually, really, by the time we have the haka and the likes of that. So still got a little bit of time to sort of settle into the game. We're going to be doing a score prediction a little bit, but as I said, right now I want to do the check-in. I want to let you know, let's see where you guys are watching from. And Rian, for example, watching from Namibia. Gavin watching from in Florida from PE. Ava Clarkson says, All Blacks, I'm from Namibia. If you're from Namibia, you should be supporting the Boks. Not happy about that. Chris watching from Southampton, UK, already across 2 continents over here. V says, Safa in Czech Republic. Somebody else in the UK as well. Glenn watching from Adelaide, Australia, saying Kiwi all the way. So already across the 3 continents. And that's what we like to see. Keep checking in, people. Keep letting me know where you're watching from. Right, people, if you would like to feature in Russie's Coach's Corner, all you got to do is send a super chat and you will be featured over there. Your name will be there and you'll be going to our top coaches who are the top donors over there. If you'd like your name in the back of a Bok jersey over there, you can see we're trying to reach at 250 members. I would like to get about 220 by the end of the stream today. We've already had 1 member today and we'd like to get a few more. You get your name on the back of that jersey, cool little animation. So please do consider becoming a member. Please do consider sending a super chat. We are trying to get more of these lights, and that is what all the super chats or revenue and stuff like that is going to go towards. So yeah, please do support, and shout out to all the people that have supported us and have been getting involved. I'm going to make my score prediction now, and well, let's take a look, for example, shall we, at what we've got to say about the different score predictions, for example. Kind of where's everybody at with regards to their score predictions? What's everybody reckoning? And how confident are we feeling? These are the sort of the questions that we need answering, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, it's all about getting a result, getting us back into the mix for the Rugby Championship. Let's have a look at some of the predictions, shall we? So there is 12 minutes left to kick off, as mentioned, and the predictions for the teams are obviously locked. But if you go to my picks, which is in the description, you can go and add your prediction and let me know what you guys are thinking with regards to your score prediction. And I'm going to lock in mine, and then that is going to then show us, we're going to be able to see what the sort of average predictions are. So I reckon that the Boks going to score plus 20. So I'm going to get down to that in a bit. I'm going to go with a 29 points for the Boks. It's going to be nice and bold. But I reckon the All Blacks won't be far behind. So I'm going to go with them at about 29 points to 22. I think that's kind of where I'm sitting at. I think 7 points. I've got to back the boys, though. I've got to back the lads. And I think this could very easily go both ways. This could easily go the other way, and the Boks could put, or the All Blacks could put a lot of points on us. But I also think if we really lock in, as we lock in our picks, then I think we could also really go the other way and put in a big performance. Right, 22 points, 29. In terms of the fan predictions, there's a 94.1% win prediction by the fans. The average score is 24 points to 19. Nobody predicting a draw so far. 5.9% of people predicting a All Blacks win. All the teams and stuff will be announced close to the time. And we then have a match day page, which, by the way, if you're following, you can go over there. There's media from the recent all over the week, all the different coverage, for example. You can go check the predictions over there. There will be a timeline once the game starts with all the different stats. The lineups will also be there. And then after the game, we're going to go to this player ratings tab, and we're going to make sure we rate all the players, also their match statistics. So all of that on mypicks.app. Go and check it out right now and let me know what you think, and go and get your predictions in and the likes of that. People are going to look at the Springbok team very shortly and kind of discuss what Rassie Erasmus has done and whether we like it, whether we're a bit unsure about it, because a lot of people are quite sort of in between with regards to how they feel about the team itself. So let me know what you're thinking of the team. Let's keep checking in. Before we have a look at the side, I saw a couple of other people checking in over there. And ZX watching from New Zealand, for example. Somebody else from Southampton. Craig Moore watching from London. Kosovo, Kiwi over there. We've got Auckland people in there. We've got from Paul. We've got, what else have we got? Somebody watching from the Vault. And what else? Who else have we got? All the way from Cape Town, South Africa. Kira King involved. George watching from Margate. What else have we got? Cape Tonian, Thailand. Mirved, welcome from Thailand. And welcome to everybody else. A couple of other people in there watching from Egypt. We're watching from Canada, from Matt Cameron, Melbourne from Sunny. Lots of people all over the world, people. So a big shout out to all of you guys. As I said, please do consider becoming a member. Please do consider sending a super chat and featuring in Rusty's Coach's Corner as we build up to what I think is going to be a very, very interesting game. Now, first of all, the big thing and what we're sort of very much talking about is the team selection that Rusty Erasmus has gone with. Let's have a look at the team before we move into the national anthems. Get your score predictions in. That's what I'm now asking for. Score predictions. We'll go through them just before kickoff and have a look. But this is the team that Rusty Erasmus has selected. Good call, bad call. What do you think? Right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the anthems finished and done. We have got the haka done. We are ready for kickoff. The Springboks have won the toss. They will kick things off. Sash Famagomazulu with ball in hand, playing right to left. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not get any bigger than this. We had a couple of score predictions. Lock those score predictions in, people. Unleash the Adventure reckon. Springboks 26, All Blacks 12. Riley Cairns got 28 points to 20, and we do have kickoff down the middle of the park. And up early is up here Fassi, and back into the hands of Cobus Reinach. The perfect start here for the Boks. Oxen goes left hand side, Lote Jager. Dame Villensa, ball over the top. And back inside comes Ethan Hooker. Good work there into the 22 of the Boks. This is the perfect start so far. Cobus Reinach to the right hand side. Jasper Visa goes to Sash Famagomazulu. Fires into up and Fassi. Gets through half a tackle. Eventually completed by Artie Savia. 5 minutes out. Cobus Reinach, quick ball here. To Kane Moody around the outside. Good tackle there coming from the debutant, Leroy Carter. Penalty advantage for the Boks. Cobus Reinach short to Lote Jager. Cross kick coming from Sasha. There's a lot of space that Ethan Hooker towards. Ethan Hooker does juggle, but gets the off that away. Up in Fassi. Goes back to Hooker. And out it goes. No advantage. They were on penalty advantage. What a start that is. Goodness me, that's exhilarating. From the kickoff, straight into the attack. Go back for the penalty. Could we take the 3 points? Will we go to the corner? Welcome to the game. Welcome to the stream, everybody. What a start that is. A big shout, by the way. Welcome to Diamond, the latest member of the Forever Sports team. They've just become a member. People, put in your hot takes there. I want to see your hot takes down on Rusty's Coach's Corner. If you have a hot take, send a super chat to feature. Please do consider becoming a member. And big decision here. Scrum, maybe. Looks within the call for the corner. Looks in the likes of it. Malcolm Marks is off to the corner. So that looks like that's going to be the call here. And they do go to the corner. Boks with a lot of confidence after that early start here. And that's a terrible first line, as per usual at the moment with the Boks. Malcolm Marks, though, over it. Ball available for Noah Hotham. 1 line out, 1 loss already from the Boks. So turnover ball here, slow ball here for New Zealand. Noah Hotham has to go digging to try and find it. Bit of pressure there from Lote Jager. Lifts it high in the air. It's right up against the touchline. Goes forward off of Cheslin Colby. And All Blacks do have it on knock-on advantage inside their own 22. Ethan de Groot now comes back on the inside. Good work that from him. Carter wants some blockers. Ball available for Hotham once again. This time looks like he's going for touch. Will find touch. So we have another opportunity at the line out. This one further back behind the 22. Another poor line out and not the start we would have wanted. Craig Hall earlier saying his prediction 27 points to 19. Welcome Bulilani to the Forever Sports Members Club. This time we will look here. Much better line up that. And Cobus Reinach. Flag from Sash Famagomazulu. The switch from Damien Willemse to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby tackled as he was going to the boot. Knock on advantage here for the Boks. We will have our first scrum of the day. It's a little wrap around there. That's so good. Short to Cheslin Colby. He goes to the boot. Yeah, just the tackle coming from Will Jordan as he was trying to put drop onto the boot, forces the knock on. First scrum of the day. Interesting to see how this goes. But a big scrum here. Let's try and put down our marker here, really. Rassi sitting next to Lindsay Vale, the analyst on the right. The left-hand side, Tony Brown on the laptop. The iPads and the whole works around there. Looking pretty relaxed at the moment. We're interested to see how that blood pressure goes up and down throughout the rest of the game from Rassi. Do definitely... went through it all. So 20 kgs heavier are the Springboks as we eventually get ready for the first scrum of the game. Stephen Kotzer saying, Stephen Kotzer, go get some bokke. Sweet revenge. Appreciate the live commentary from Taiwan. Watching all the way from Asia right over there. Right, here we go. It's gone straight down, ball available, and Wallace Tito comes off the back. Jody Barrett picks up and goes. Solid tackle there coming from Sasha Farmer Gomezulu to the right-hand side. They go. Pierce the toy out nice and quickly. Catches the All Blacks behind the gain line. Ball available for Noah Hotham. He's going to go to the boot. Expect a lot of up and unders here this evening with the wind swirling. Tester here for Apele Fassi. And Will Jordan's come down with it. Ethan Hooker completes the tackle to turnover ball here. All Blacks on the front foot. They shoot up to the defense. Good tackle. They're coming from Luat Diago. Damien Willemse wants to get over the ball. Damien Willemse says no. He asked the question for the referee. Tupo Vai now. Solid tackle there coming on the two props. Hotham goes back. Will Jordan to the over the top there. Ethan Hooker scrambling a little bit. A bit of space out wide. Jeff Dane McKenzie steps back inside. Good tackle coming from Luat Diago. Gets off the ground. Back to his captain, Scott Barrett. Malcolm Marks trying to cause a bit of issues at the right time, but so far, positive work this year from the All Blacks. Long pass off from Bowden Barrett. Sasha's up quickly, but there's space out wide. Sasha shoots up, comes back inside. It is Leroy Carter, his first touch. The scramble defense adjusts well, though, just behind the 10-meter line. To the right-hand side this time. Ethan de Groot goes to Bowden Barrett. Long pass out wide towards Dan McKenzie. He sees a bit of space over the top, puts the kick in. It does find touch, half between the 10-meter and the 22. Good work there from the All Blacks. A nice pasture play. Bok defense, not bad though, not bad. I'll take a bit of confidence from that, really. Good scrambling. Good defense. And that was the big sort of worry, really, is the new side. Not a lot of communication, but you can just see here, Kane Moody came up quickly. Sasha comes up as well, manages to scramble. And that's the big thing with the rush defense. It forces that poor pass. And that half a second where they catch their chair or at their feet is what allows the player to adjust and be able to make sure they can get across and cover that player. Bit of a strappy pass that, but in the midfield, there goes Sia Khaleesi. Big curry coming from Sia Khaleesi. Ball available here from Kobus Reinach. That's 2 from 2 in the last 2. Goes to the boot here to Kobus Reinach, and swirling in the air. After it is Ethan Hooker. And it falls into Jordy Barrett. He fumbles it, but then does take it. So far, New Zealand winning the aerial battle. De Groot has to go himself. Penalty, though, for coming from the side. There we go. Good work that from the Boks. 2 nice lineouts. And Tara Lomax has been pinged for coming in from the side. Sash Farmer Gomezulu going to the left-hand side there. Going for corner. Will not find touch. That's an absolutely awful kick from Sasha. But they do have to play him outside in their own try line there, all the All Blacks. So this could yet work out for the Boks. Leroy Carter looking to run. Eventually will go to the boot. Won't find touch. Apele Fassi. Inside Sasha. Needs to make amends here to Sasha. Gets away from one. Still going Sasha. Ball available just outside the 22. Thomas the Toy now. Goes himself. Good carries there, slightly isolated. Ball available, though. Someone needs to come assist that, and Thomas the Toy does exactly that. Picks up the ball, presents well. Luat Diago's around the corner. Needs a couple of cleaners. And Kobus Reinach, too busy watching the bloody ball. Then there's nobody around. You've got to get involved, Kobus. Turnover ball here. Bowden Barrett. Charged down, though. But back into the hand. Locked on. Knock on advantage. We'll go back for the scrum. That'll actually probably suit us, in fairness. Big carry that. A really good carry that from Sasha. But he's got to find touch. Cannot mistakes like that. That is really poor not to find touch. Well, what a game we've had so far. It's a different level, I think, at this stage to what we saw even earlier between Australia and Argentina. The level of play early on here has been insane. Couple of mistakes, but physicality on point. No, Hotham, goodness me. Imagine this was another scrum half down. Big collision that came from Noah Hotham and getting a bit of a... Finley Chris is up on his feet, checking to see if he needs to go warm up. Arcus Sneeman, by the way, is going to come onto the park. Looks like it's for... Who's off here? Lutiaga. I mean, it wasn't even getting treatment. I mean, he's kind of hobbling off, but it's not like he's got a medic next to him. Is he going down as in an HIA, maybe? No, he's going straight to the bench. Hotham's also going off, by the way. So 2 early subs here from each side. Finley Christie's on early. So I don't know if Lutiaga's picked up it's a bit of a weird one. There was no... I mean, there was no medic around him. He was standing in the huddle, and then Arcus Neyman came on and basically tapped him and said, like, off you go. He did kind of hobble off, but that's very weird. And there's the first gun penalty advantage. Comes around, goes to Damien Willemse, his first carry. Absorbs 2. Comes around, quick ball here to Sasha. Puts the kick in behind. Chestnut Colby's after this. Chestnut Colby! Chestnut! Oh, he's lost it in the contact. Oh, goodness me. Oh, he was over. The kick in behind was perfect. He was over. I think the ref's saying advantage over. That should have been try time. That should have been try time. Well, they're going to go back for the penalty. They're going to go back for the penalty. We take that. Perfect from Sasha. Grab it in behind. He's got the pace as Cheslin Colby. It's a great covering tackle. Geordie Barrett comes across, rips the ball in the tackle. That's phenomenal. That is a phenomenal try-saving tackle, that from Geordie Barrett. Goodness me, that's good. So opportunities here. We could take the points here, could Sash, but it looks like we're going to go to the corner once again. I don't mind that. I do think that if we're going to win this game, we have to score tries. You know, I think that's pretty straightforward. I think it's pretty obvious, in all honesty. To the corner we go. Seems to have taken a bit of a knock on his knee there, Cheslin Colby. Just trying to sort of stretch that out a bit. Free kick. There we go for not keeping the gap. We wondered about this. Kubas round takes it quickly. And Damien Willemse is right there. Damien Willemse gets away from 1. Tackle is the core. 5 meters out here of the box. Jasper Wiese gets his first carry of the game. Ball available for Reinach. Short to Oxenshare. Ball bobbles, but Kubas round adapts well. Ruan here just short. Arcus Neyman over. Has he got grounded? He does. Come on. Come on. Here we go, boys. There's the early try. The perfect start. Come on, lads. That's big. It's a great carry over the top. Gets himself nice and low. He's just come on as Arcus Neyman. That's his first carry of the game. And off we go. No issue from Sasha whatsoever. And let's move, boys. Let's move. Time is off, apparently. I'm not sure for what for. Oh, this is going to be chalked off. For what? What are we possibly looking at here? What could we possibly be looking at here? We're having a TMO intervention. Are we looking at the grounding? Apparently it's coming, whatever it is. It's the knock-on from Kobus Reinach. There's a knock-on in the build-up. Just as the bobble's there, touches and bounces on the ground and then picks it up. Try chalked off. That's so frustrating. Knock on. Well, I mean, we don't mind the scrum in fairness. We'll take the scrum. One scrum, one penalty so far. But the main thing is we're playing in the right areas once again. We're all over them, but we've got to score points. We had this last week. There's no point being this dominant if we're not going to score points. Welcome, Baden van den Berg, to the First Sports Members Club. That's two big opportunities we've had so far. Chisholm Colby ball whipped over the tackle. Now Arkia Sneeman. That chalked off because of the knock-on early there. Christ, it's going absolute chaos here with our new members. Welcome, though, everybody, to the new members club. Well, Kubas Rana reckons the ball's out and then concedes a penalty. So stupid. Well, actually, it sounds like it's actually coming from the touch judge. It's a scrum penalty. Call came from the side. So one apiece now. That's frustrating. Once again, lots of opportunities. Not taking them just yet. Welcome, Craig Brett, to the First Sports Members team. There's a member over there. You can get your name on a Boks jersey there. Become a member. And if you want to feature in the Rusty's coach's corner, long pass out wide, Jeff from the All Blacks. Leo Carter gets his hands on the ball. So it's actually Billy Proctor. Good tackle coming from Cheslin Colby. Got away from Kane and Moody. Finley Christie now. Geordie Barrett, a first receiver. Aspavisa asking the question whether he can go. And pick up and go coming from Leroy Carter. Brings in Geordie Barrett. Good hands from the All Blacks. Sakawao need to scramble here to the box. Lots of numbers here for the All Blacks. Comes back inside as Burton Barrett. Good tackle from Ethan Hooker. To the 10-meter line. Takawao takes it quickly. And a knock on there from Apile Fassi. Going for the interception. But a genuine attempt at the interception. Therefore, no penalty or anything. Just a knock on. Once again, we're seeing a Boks team all over this All Black side, but no points. This just completely feels like last week, where we've got dominance, we've got opportunities, but not taking them. Not taking them. So still 0-0 after 15 minutes, and it's been all one-way traffic, really. I mean, the All Blacks have got a chance of scrum at the moment, but we've pretty much had all the possession so far. So, yeah, actually, it's getting hot. Much as I love it. Leroy Carter on debut tonight. Right, scrum, yeah, come boys. The little scrum penalty would do nicely. The scoreboard is correct, Chief. It is 0-0. I don't know what you want me to say. Free kick at scrum time now. Wallace Titi taps and goes. Geordie Barrett spins away from Sasha. Brought down by Kubas. Long pass out wide. Bit of space for Leo Carter to come inside. Cheslin Colby, though, up for the toss. Good tackle driven back between him and Aprile Fassi. Jasper Visa getting involved at the ruck now as well. Pressure for Finley Christie. Eventually gets the pass away. Very narrowed. Long pass out wide. Artie Savia goes to Simon. It's a good work there from Simon Parker. Sasha's down, and I think he's done a shoulder. Phenomenal. That's just so perfect, isn't it? And space out wide here for the All Blacks. You've got to try and scramble here. Scramble. Leroy Carter. Satiti. Into the 22, eventually brought down. Need to shift. Very narrow here at the moment. Go to the cross kick. Ethan Hooker needs to get there. Straight to Simon Parker. Over up to Masavia. Cup steps about Damien Willems that takes the tackle. But they're 5 minutes out, Joe, the All Blacks concede. Yeah, it'll be so frustrating after the start we've had. Long pass wide from Will Jordan. There's so many runners here. They surely have to score. And they are going to score over the top. All the dominance, all the momentum. The first time the All Blacks get possession and they score. Isn't that just so typical? And once again, South Africa defensively nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Structurally nowhere. We're going to have to go back and look at Sasha. I don't know if he's back on his feet, to Sasha. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue, but you can just see so narrow, and they just go wide, run the numbers, easy as you like, into the corner. On debut, Leroy Carr. I mean, it's almost like copy-paste what we saw on debut from Corey Toole. First opportunity, and this is what we spoke about last week. We had 22 entries. Daniel McKenzie, I don't even think he's going to get there. Just gets there. Last week we had 12 22-meter entries. I think he actually had 13 in the end, and averaged like 1.2 points. First opportunity, the All Blacks go in the 22, and they score. That is the difference. There is no point dominating possession. There's no point dominating territory. There's no point having these opportunities if you can't take them. And as expected, there is Sasha off. And Moyne Liebach on. Well, huge moment and opportunity this for Moyne Liebach, who's onto the park. I think it was a shoulder there from Sasha. They might have gotten away with maybe saying it's an HIA. But he is off. Yeah, they have mentioned HIA in commentary. So Sasha Famagov is just going to go off. I think that's an HIA, inverted commas. That's just trying to sort of the shoulder. So Moyne Liebach on now. We've got 3 changes already in this game. Shows you how physical the game's been so far. All right, Malcolm Marks. Arkes Neyman on. Straight to him. Around the corner goes Malcolm Marks to Kobus Reinach. Goes short to Ethan Hooker coming in and getting involved. In the midfield there. Ball available. Kobus Reinach. Liebach goes short. Kanan Moody, his first carrier of the game. Now to the left-hand side. Reinach goes to Arkes Neyman. Getting offloaded away to Malcolm Marks. With those octopus legs of his. Kobus Reinach just slowing things down. Going to Damien Willemse. He'll go to the boot now. Peter Steph the Toy will give chase, as will Ethan Hood. No, Peter Steph the Toy. It comes back with Ethan. It's actually not going to advantage. Oxford Chair takes it into contact. To be honest, we'll take the knock-on. We'll take the knock-on. We'll take the knock-on. Thank you. Let's go back for the knock-on. We'll go back for the knock-on. That's actually a nice result for us. Right, big scrum here. Take the penalty. I think take the points, to be honest, or unless we're sitting there saying, no, we need to... I mean, we do need to score tries. That's the big thing. A lot of people are saying, take the points. And even got mates messaging me asking why we're not taking the points. The problem is the All Blacks, especially with the way we're defending at the moment, the All Blacks are going to score points. They are going to score tries. That is the reality. Stable scrum there. Yeah? Is it going to be a second shove? Good work there. Good work there. And knock on at the base from Kobus Reinach. Get him off. Get him off. It's a solid carry there from Damien Willemse. Ball's there. and just takes his eyes off it as he takes it from the ruck. And Tupo Vi, the biggest prick in the world, he loves a celebration for anything that he doesn't do. Big scrum that from the box. Big scrum under a bit of pressure that they do manage to get it out. Good check out. Great read there from Kane Moody. And Leo Carter. Big hit coming from Cheslin Colby. Penalty advantage. High tackle from Cheslin Colby. Big tackle on Leo Carter. Good read there from Kane Moody though. Right, Bowden Barrett goes to the corner. Yeah, just a bit too enthusiastic. There was a slight dip in angle, and that's why they didn't even bother looking at it. But Takawao goes to Tupo Vi. Finley Christie now. Bowden Barrett goes himself. On the halfway line now, the All Blacks. Options to left and right here with Finley Christie. Goes straight to the middle, goes Takawao. Gets away from one as well. Eventually ready to Marua Nokia. To the left-hand side now. They're stacked on the left-hand side. Got to try and scramble. And Cheslin Colby's made the interception. Has he got that pace? He's off. He's off. He's off. And he's got the pace. Thank you very much. That's how it feels to have all the momentum and then bang! Intercept try. Cheslin Colby. There we go. Ironically, probably the least deserved we've had. And yet, there we go. You're never going to chase. You're never going to catch him. He's too quick. Too quick. Jean-Pierre said, wonder what the win percentage is when Lewin and I think assuming he's Fusty's in the start team. Surely they got to go. Lewin Diago's won a World Cup, Chief, and it's been one of our better locks, actually. So that's a bit of a weird chat. It's a good read, though. It's an incredibly important read there from Cheslin Colby, because if that goes through their hands, then they can probably go over. And Liebach makes no mistake. 7 apiece. 25 minutes gone. Right, and off the restart there, Marcus Lemon goes up, takes it very, very well. Got to make sure we get our restarts right. Obviously, that penalty last week after that restart was a massive killer. Kuba's right now, shaping for the box kick. Outside of 22, can't go to touch. This will be contestable. Colby's after it, trying to get through a lot of traffic. He goes through the hands of Leo Carter. Geordie Barrett eventually cleans up. Now Bowden Barrett on it. Rises to Peter Steph the Toy, former World Player of the Year. Bowden Barrett running into current World Player of the Year. Short though. Tuba Vi. Penalty advantage for offside. Come on, man. Discipline. Christie now. Severe. Quiet game so far from the number 7. Christie now to the right-hand side. Barrett. Bowden goes short. McKenzie kicks in behind. And has to take that out. There's Martin Liebach. They had an advantage. And that ball just teasingly staying just inside. Good kick there from Damien McKenzie. Right, Takawao just outside the 22. 5. Long pass out from Christie. Goes to Artie Savia. Penalty advantage. When he says no, let him go, Malcolm. To left-hand side now. Bowden Barrow, long pass out wide. Dave McKenzie. Dave McKenzie puts the chip in behind. And Fassi is there to clean up. But there's a penalty advantage right in front of the Poles. I'll be surprised if they don't take the points here. My guess would be this is taking the 3 points here. Yeah, shot call is the decision. It's the right decision. And we have 3 points. But discipline is so important. Yeah, so in terms of a couple of subs, Sasha off for an HIA. So Miley Bok is on. And RK Sneeman on for Lourdes Diaga. McKenzie makes no mistake, as you would imagine, right in front. 10 points to 7 the score now. Right, 10.7 off 29 minutes. So frustrating because we've been the better side. We have been the better side. I've no mention saying it. We've been the better side so far. Just not getting the reward for it at the moment. And Geordie Barrett underneath kickoff. Simon Parker and our friendly Christie just rolls towards the back. And a bit of pressure there from Ruan Nokia. A contester. Will Jordan's up there. As it's up in the Fassi fumbles, but comes away with it. Good work that from the fullback. Ranach now. Goes to Jasper Visa. Need to see more of Jasper Visa, and that's why. Good carry from him. Ranach. Liebok goes to the boots. Swirling. Chesney Colby comes away with it. Brilliant take that from Colby. Damien Willemse steps up and goes. He's a bit of space. Stepping around is Damien Willemse. Gets off the other way to Ruan Nokia, who holds on well as well. Slightly out there, but Kubas Ranach this time does the right thing. Gets involved. Kenny Moody at scrum half now. Thomas the Toy goes nice and straight. Just nice and simple here. Discipline now, boys. Outside of 22. Liebok. Fassi. Long pass out wide to Ethan Hooker. Bounces off Danny McKenzie. Eventually gets down to ground off Will Jordan. Sneeman now. Gets off the other way to Jasper Visa. Pops it up to Kubas Ranach. Good continuity this. Space now for Kubas Ranach. Almost makes a half gap. Gets off the other way to Oxford. Check with a bit of space. Off the other way to Malcolm Marks. Loses it. Forward is just... Boys, you know, you are allowed to take contact. You are allowed to take contact. I'm all for when it's there. Popping it up. You are allowed to take contact. Stop overplaying. It's a good offload there. Oxen Che gets the offload in from Malcolm Marks. It's not to him. Even then, take the contact. Ranach getting a bit of attention there from Dr. Mampani. Nine minutes left in this first half. Very little between the two sides. It'll be a scrum here. Need to get more of our own scrums, to be honest, because we've had the scrum dominance. A big shout out to all our members so far that have joined the stream. Please remember, if you want to feature in Rusty's coaches box over there, please feel free to send a super chat. We are trying to get more of these lights. So if you're enjoying the stream, smash a like on the video. Subscribe as well. We're halfway to that 95,000 subscribers from the beginning of the stream. So we're going to do a bit of a subscriber push just before half time. And if you are watching, you haven't already, please do smash a like. Look at that scrum. Big scrum. Wallace TT goes to the left-hand side. And McKenzie will kick downfield. Will find touch. It's a great kick as well. But the scrum, you can see we've got that scrum dominance. We just need to get more scrums now. There's no point having that scrum dominance if we're not finding more and more scrums. 8 minutes left. We need to go in at level here. Is there an HIA here, I think? I don't know if there's been I think with the gun guard. Yeah, he has to go for an HIA. So Grant Williams onto the park. Didn't have his best games last weekend, Grant Williams. I think much better conditions here, which will suit him a bit. Oh, jeepers, he got an oxen chair knee to his head. Good line of that. Nokia gets away to Grant Williams. Flat to Moni. Straight to the boot. Katie Moody will leave the charge. And it's contestable. It goes back to Simon Parker, but it's a good contest in the air there from Katie Moody. Ball available for Finley Christie back inside the 22. McKenzie deep in the pocket. Off where Nokia goes. That's actually Bowden Barrett goes to. And Molly Liebach there. Decides not to take quickly. Back on the 10-meter line. Not a bad result. I don't mind. Put it in the air. We've got the scrum dominance. Put it in the air. Force that knock on. Even if we knock it on. You know, we're backing ourselves to find that pin. I mean, look at the last scrum where they went backwards. We've got the scrum dominance. Get more scrums. The contest is good, though. Malcolm Marks gets it away to Grant Williams. Short from hooker to Damian Willemse. Ball's out, but Grant Williams manages to get it, and Kenny Moody goes to Straightons now. Slow ball. Ball available for Grant Williams eventually. Goes to Ruan Nokia. He pops it to Moy Liebach, behind Moy Liebach, who has to go dive on it. Scrambles well. Ball available. Messy ball, though. Jasper Wiese puts his head down. Fighting hard in the tackle. Williams goes to Ethan Hooker, comes inside. Nice angle being run there by the wing. Oxen chair at first receiver. Liebach goes to the boot. And it's overcooked. Can't make mistakes like that, though. And that's the problem with the stadium at the moment. The wind's swirling, and you've got to make sure you're kicking everything almost sort of 10 inside. Give yourself a license for it to drift a bit with the wind. Seems to be a break and play here. Not sure what it's for. Not sure where that All Black player is coming from, but anyway. They go over the top to Ari Savia. And he goes to Finley Christie. And good tackle there coming from Caden Moody. Damian Willemse on it. And he's turned it over as Damian Willemse getting involved. Moody now. Quick ball to Sia Khaleesi. Pierce left the toy. Takes the hit. Gets off the way to Fussy. Fussy. He switches inside to Ethan Hooker, who fumbles, but eventually does regather. Ball available. Slow ball, though, for Grant Williams. Moody steps inside one. Good work that from him. It's messy ball at the moment from Grant Williams. And a penalty. I don't think that there's any releasing whatsoever coming at these rucks. Taking it quickly. It's a long kick from All Blacks. And what if they score here, I will lose my shit. Every single ruck at the moment is messy. The ball spinning out from the left, from the right, from the left, from the right. Every single one. There's no clean ball here. Takawao looks a bit skew, actually, and it bounces to the hand of Moy Liebach, and Damian Willemse steps inside one. Damian Willemse steps another one, and another one. Very good work that being done from Damian Willemse. Well, you keep... No. You said no, he still went for it. Penalise him. Arcus Neyman, long pass out wide. Bullet pass to Malcolm Marks. Does very, very well. Comes inside. Malcolm Marks. Ball back inside. Knocked down by Tupo Vai. McKenzie chips over the top. It's a pretty ordinary chip, to be honest. Kenny Moody gets the offload away to Kevin Colby. He wants to chase himself. Nobody at home. Must need to try and stay in. Oh, I tell you what, he gets stashed that. I don't know if it's a knock-on advantage. I think knock-on advantage for the All Blacks inside the 22. Pressure now for Bowden Barrett. He goes to the boot. Will find touch. The pressure we're putting them under is really good. We just need to find results from it. Come on, boys. Get in there. Wendy says, supporting from South Africa to New Zealand, go Bokke. And JP saying, Moody having a game at 13. I tell you who's having a game at 12 is Damian Willemse. Updated, oh no, this is the last team when he's updated. Well, Andre Esterhuizen's on. So injuries galore at the moment. That's our third injury this half. That means that Damian Willemse will go back to full back. That's so frustrating. He was having such a good game at 12 as Damian Willemse. And I spoke about the fact that bringing Damian Willemse closer to the game could be the best thing for him. Get him involved in the action. Keep him close to the ball. Get him carrying lots. And I think that'll be the best thing to try and get a bit of form into him. And so Fassi is going to go off. Andre Este is going to come on at 12. Fassi's still down. And they're waiting for, they're waiting for the ambulance to come here. I think he's going to walk off here. So it seems to be his right ankle in the looks of it. Yeah, it's that right ankle that's gone. So that's 3 injuries in this half. Not looking good just for the Boks. Because you're just going to lose that entire impact off the bench later. Right, we'll resume with a line out. David Willemse will go back to full back, particularly disappointing because he was playing so well. But as somebody mentioned in the comments here, saying, this is the Damian Willemse I want to see, 100%. He's looked fitter, he's looked faster, he's looked really, really good on the ball as Damian Willemse. Looks much better today. Let's hope this is the start of him getting back to his best. Andre Esterhuizen's first touch. Monty Libok gets a good pass out wide to Damian Willemse, who joins the line. Behind, can we just lose a possible? After I just spoke about how well he was playing. If indeed, my man. Esterhuizen pops out. It's so well worked. And Damian Willemse puts the hammer down here and then just passes it behind Cheslin Kolbe. Big scrum, massive scrum. Surely we get a reward for it. Let's turn around. The ball's not even there. Oh, we have a reset. Come on, man. When are we going to start getting a bit of calls for these scrums? We've dominated all of them recently. I mean, they're absolutely nowhere. Right, scrum on the 22 here. Another big scrum. It's time to use it. Wasti comes off the back. Khaleesi over it. No reward. Finley Christie taking his time here. Goes back to Bowden Barrett. Goes to his left boot as Bowden Barrett. Won't find touch. Colby goes inside to Willemse. To Moni. Sees a bit of space. Goes short to Damien Estes. Pops it up. Backwards from Jasper. Bounces off Takawa. Still goes Jasper. He's barbaric in this carry. Grant Williams to the right-hand side. Liebok delays his pass. Just slightly back. And he actually manages to grab there, but forward is the call. It's just not quite clicking at the moment. And there goes the hooter. I just cannot believe we're not getting the reward in the scrum. I don't understand what more you have to do. Every single time they're going back. Is it a rate or not? No, it's turning. No, it's this. No, it's not. They just can't cope. It's that simple. They can't cope with the scrum. So the hooter has gone. This will probably be the last play of the game here. Unless we finally get a bit of scrum reward. First thing I'll be asking in the second half is the ball going in straight underneath? And making sure they have to put it in straight. Because that's the problem. They put it behind the hook and they get out quickly. They put it in straight. I think it's game on, to be honest. I think it's all square. Rusty Rasmus has already left. He's obviously gone to the change room for his halftime talk. And once again, another big scrum, but they get it out and off it goes. Right, people, we're going to move to halftime. We have a short break and we'll be back for a bit of halftime analysis. Please don't go away. Please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel. And we'll be back in a bit. to half-time at the moment, and welcome another member. So a big welcome to Mpendu, who's joined the Freedom Sports Members Club. Let's have a look at the half-time, shall we, and the half-time stats and kind of what we've got so far. And but this is all our platform, My Picks. If you'd like to go and rate the players, predict scores and the likes of that, make sure you go and check out My Picks in the link in the comments. So if we look at the timeline, for example, big problems for the Boks in terms of injuries. You can see over here, Lurtiago replaced by Arkes Neyman. Earlier at the same time, Noah Otham was replaced by Brittany Christie. But try over there in the 18 minutes was so frustrating because we were all over them. We had all the momentum. We had all the front football, all the territory. Once again, inside the 22, not taking the chances. And all of a sudden, we get to New Zealand being in the 22, and their first opportunity they get, bang, they score. And that is the difference at the moment, you know. So it is really, really frustrating. But if we go look at some of the stats, one try apiece, try assist. So apparently our try doesn't count with the try assist, which is, by the way, why it's there. But pretty even in terms of meters carried, but far more meters gained by the Boks. Ches and Colby probably accounts for about 60 of those, in fairness, potentially even 80. But you know, clean breaks 5-3. Defensively, we'll have a look at that. Far more offloads from the Boks. Arkes Neyman definitely contributing towards that. Towards the end, the All Blacks had a bit of possession, and that's why they ended up with more possession. But defensively, for example, 13 tackles missed to 18 tackles missed. So it's not like the All Blacks defense has been phenomenal. The Boks just not taking their chances. Ches and Colby, ball ripped over the line. Try already chalked off for the Boks. For a knock-on. You know, that's 2 tries. A different day, Ches and Colby dots down. Kobus Reinach, doesn't knock it on. And we're sitting here at halftime, 21 points 0 up. Well, 21 points 10 even up. You know, because that could have been that would have been the score. I think we probably would. I don't think they would have scored 10 points had we scored those 2 tries. You'd probably be sitting at 21 points to 7, for example, with your hands firmly on the game. If we look at the set plays, it's been one-way traffic. I don't understand how we're not getting more results for our scrums. I can't understand it. They're going backwards. We've had 1 scrum penalty for us, 1 scrum penalty against us. And but getting very little, to be perfectly honest. And I cannot understand how that is working. That just makes no sense to me. You know, we've got so much dominance in those scrums, and we're just not getting the reward for it. And it's so frustrating because you kind of sit there going, well, what is the point of having that dominance if you're not going to get that reward? When do you get that reward? How much more do you have to do? I think that's what they'll be asking the referee in the second half. How much more do we have to do to get that reward at scrum time? You know? So it's frustrating. Because it's we should be ahead here. And once again, we've been the better team. And it's easy to say that, and everyone say, "Oh no, you're biased." I do think we've been a better team so far. I don't think the better team. And if we just take our chances again as last week, it's got all the hallmarks of last week. To be perfectly honest, we're much more in the game. 10 points to 7. It's 3 points. There's very little in it. But 12 handling errors. 12 handling errors. That can't be right. There's no ways that can be right. 12 handling errors. That is shambolic. That is ridiculous. That kind of thing, you don't win games with 12 handling errors. In one half. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. Cookie says, Springbok fans are so up themselves. We all know that if you were up against the 2015 All Black squad, you would have absolutely zero chance. What a dumb comment. People really don't think before they comment, do they? Christopher says, when combinations don't click and game brain isn't across all 15 players, no real contest. I mean, a lot of All Blacks fans basically saying there's no contest. It's 3 points, Oaks. It's 3 points. Who's sitting there saying that this is a one-sided contest? There is no contest. It's 3 points. It's literally 3 points. What's ironic is that we've had 2 tries chalked off, which were well played, for example. We had 2 genuine opportunities chalked off, and the try that we did score was against the run of play and literally intercept try. So yeah, I mean it's so right. I mean it's such a good. We're watching now such a good read from Cheslin Kolbe, and he has to make it. There's 2 players outside him. He doesn't make that read, the All Blacks go and score. So it's an incredibly important read. Marsh says, going to be difficult second half now. Half the bench already on the field. No more back replacements left. This game feels like deja vu from last week, I'm afraid. And, well, I think the big thing is it depends on what's going to happen with Kobus Reinach, for example. You know, is he going to come back, for example? Is he going to... Is that them done? Because if he comes back, well, it's then obviously Grant Williams can come back on once again. So a lot of that will depend on what's going on at... with Kobus Reinach and that HIA. PK says, T, what happened to Sasha Gomezulu? He got a bit of a knock. It looked like a shoulder initially, but he is... so I think he went off an HIA officially, so we might actually see him in the second half. Who knows? But yeah, and that's frustrating. Again, I think for me, the most frustrating one was probably that the Apple Fassi change, which says here Damien Willemse now going back to fullback. People, we've got over 2,500 people watching, and only 308 likes. Can we go on a little bit of a like and a subscribe train here? You know, we're trying to get up to 95,000 subscribers. We're just short over there. We need less than 500. I can tell you right now, there's probably 500 of you right now who are not subscribed. So let's get the subscribing going. Smash. Surely we start the second half with 600 likes. Surely we can double the likes. It's really not that hard. It costs you absolutely nothing. And like the actual video, not in the chat, the actual video just below. Go and smash that like. So the information I'm getting at the moment is that Kobus has been cleared for the second half. And but it looks like Sasha is not going to play a part. So Mineley Boks going to have to see us home here. Right, boys, we're going to have to let Marnie cook. Chef Marnie's going to have to cook here. Let's see what he's got for us in the second half. And Toy says, Damien Willemse is a 12. Keep him there. Well, you can't now because of the injury to Apple Fassi, but I do think he was looking really, really good at 12. Gerard says, I think a few pens missed, but that happens. The Springboks should keep on the momentum. Willemse looking good in that 12 channel. I think everyone's saying the same thing. You looked really, really good. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I kind of called it. I said in the week, I said, I think bringing him closer to the game will bring out the best in him. More to the point, he looks fast, doesn't he? He looks like the Damien Willemse of old. You know, I think he looks, that step inside, for example, he was taking names in that first half. And he looked really good. Kaylee Moody has had some very good moments at 13 as well. I think that is the potential future combination. You know, Damien Willemse at 12, Kaylee Moody at 13. Is that the future? Potentially. So, yeah, Christopher said, thanks for hosting and commenting, by the way. Absolute pleasure. We've had over 100 likes within like 2 minutes. So we can definitely get to 600 likes before the half starts. People keep going with that like train. Keep going with the subscribe train as well. Let's keep those numbers up. Subscribers are almost up to 94,550. We've got to get to 95,000 today. Has to. It's compulsory even. And remember that we're going to have also a live player rating show after this. So we'll send you guys all there and we can get involved in that. That's all on the MyPicks app, which you can find in the description. And again, a big shout out to a lot of our members. We've got some people who have upgraded their membership, some people jumping into the team. So shout out to those. If you would like your name in the back of a Boks jersey like that over there, please do become a member. And we're still waiting. I want to see a hot take in the Rusty's Coach's Corner. So please, if you feel like supporting the channel, you can send a super chat. That will feature in the Rusty's Coach's Corner. And we can then maybe have a look at your hot take and see if it's a good hot take, bad hot take, or what the likes of that. Jason Holland having a chat over there. I'm really interested to see who the Boks is going to speak to when it comes to our coach representative. The nice thing is that Andre Esterhuizen has played with Kane Moody outside him, and Marnie's also played a lot with Andre Esterhuizen, which is good, which is good work that from him. And Felix Jones busy talking about the half, saying that they're happy with the fight back, but need to keep going this. And I think big conversations happening here. Sia Khaleesi, Peter Stave, Toy having the conversation. Can promise you right now, that conversation will be about the breakdown, and Sia will be asking about the scrums, saying, what do we have to do to get that scrum penalty? Why aren't we getting that scrum penalty? That will be the big conversations. People, we're going to the second half here. We're 150 likes within a few minutes, so you guys can do it. We can definitely get to 600 within the next couple of minutes. People, let's continue that like train. Let's continue that subscribe train as we continue getting up to that 95,000 mark, on the road to becoming the first South African YouTuber, rugby YouTuber, to get to 100,000 subscribers. That is the goal for the end of the year. Hosky saying, Willemse looks like his old stuff. Paul says, my Boks should be in the starting lineup every match. Gerard saying, I think Sia should be talking more to the ref and just asking a few questions. He just had a conversation there. And Regan says, we need to try after break and destroy their scrums, but the ref allow All Blacks to play and it's quick to blow up Boks. Jasper Visa, good off the kick-off there. Finding a yard or two. And Kubus Reinach is back on the park. That confirmation that he has been cleared. So Grant Williams can go and rest up a little bit and add his impact later on. Reinach goes to the boot. Chesney Colby will give chase. Strong game so far for Chesney Colby after a bit of a poor start. Makes the tackle on Damien McKenzie and Sia Khaleesi over it. Left-hand side they go. Bowden Barrow up against the touchline. Jordy Barrow steps back inside. Ball available for Finley Christie, replacing Noah Hotham in that first half. McKenzie at first receiver. Wallace TT stepping around. They're getting off that away to his captain. Thomas Toy makes a good tackle though. And Oxenchair as well to roll. To the right-hand side, Damien McKenzie goes to Takawao. Will Jordan running the hands here. That's a poor pass. Surely it's going to be forward. Yep. And that's the whole point about the rush defense, is to put the pressure on the passer, and then it moves forward and off we go. So back to the scrum. Now, here we go. Our own scrum. Our first scrum. In a long, long time. And let's see. I mean, surely we get this penalty here. We've been all over them come scrum time. Now we've got to try and make this count. But yeah, people, let's keep smashing the likes up to 500 likes. You see, you guys just watch. You guys are passive watchers. Well, here comes subs. Jan Hendrik Wessels and Wilkelo on for the scrum. It's a very big call to bring on Jan Hendrik Wessels. Huge call. Oxenchair. I mean, I don't mind the Wilco low shout, but to bring on Jan Hendrik Wessels is a big call. Bold call. Bold call. But let's see. You cooked last week in fairness. They hammered that All Black scrum. It's on the halfway line on the left-hand side, so space on the right-hand side too to work with. Andre Esterhuizen standing on the right shoulder of Marnie Liebach. You've got Ethan Hook on the left shoulder. Potential set move here. Gone straight down. We'll have a reset here. Let's see what this is going to do. CJ says Ethan can cover 15 and Willemse is good at 12. CS talked to the ref for something is not adding up. Ethan Hook has never played 15. No chance. No chance we put him at 15. If Sasha was... to be honest, I think if Sasha wasn't off, I think when Fassi went off, I think we might have potentially looked at putting Sasha at fullback and bringing Marnie on at 10 and leaving Damien Willemse at 12 with the way he was playing. So, yeah, big calls there to be made. It's a good set. And there comes the dominance slowly coming through. There it is. And there it is. And they're on the ray. That is a huge scrum. Reinhardt now going himself. Tackle on Finley Christie. Knew it. I mean, Khaleesi breaks through. Go, Sia. Look at the pace from Sia. Goodness me. Where's that come from? Pick up and go from Andre Esterhuizen. Long pass to Chesney Colby. Chesney Colby steps inside. Let us cook, boys. Come on. Come on. That is a proper try. Sia Khaleesi picked up, and I tell you what, the afterburners there. The afterburners from Sia. Where did that pace come from? For someone who's had how many knee injuries? Pops it up, and then he goes, bang, off he goes. I mean, he steps. It's actually Geordie Barrett who makes the tackle after he rounds Will Jordan, and then cut up past Mandre Estes, and Cheslin Colby into the corner. Boks into the lead. Come on, man. There we go. We spoke about needing an early try. There is the early try. Lawrence saying, huge carry from Sia. Lovely step in the next phase from Cheslin. That ankle breaker. Now, Liebach. Oh, you beautiful thing, you. From the corner. The flags are raised. Come on, man. Marnie Liebach, boys. Come on, man. Let's hope that's a big moment in the game. So good. Big scrum. Good carry. Good follow-up from Sia. Huge follow-up from Sia. Good pass from Andre Estes and step inside from Colby. All around great rugby. Now, don't concede a penalty like last time we did this off the kickoff. We don't. As Pavis said, it goes well. Ball available for Kobus Reinach. And Kobus Reinach goes to the boot. And Martin Liebach will Cheslin Colby will give chase. And he does win it back. Uncontested. Bizarre. All Blacks just didn't really want that, to be honest. Liebach now. Estesen. Damien Willemse, long pass out to Ethan Hooker has to come into it, but a bit of space for Ethan Hooker, steps inside. Tackle on the halfway line. Andre Estes and pick up and go. And he talks, he's a bit of an yeah, moved away. And here, not too many options though, so Kobus just stabs him behind. Long pass out wide from Bowden Barrett, inside Dane McKenzie. McKenzie sees a bit of space to the left-hand side. Who's covering it here? Cheslin Colby there. And Liebach points and says, we're going down there. Puts it to the boot, it's Cheslin Colby. Marty Liebach will contest. Good second contest there. Lua Carl gets away from one. Gets the offload away to Scott Barrett. And the ball comes loose and Finley Christie gets knocked into touch. Lovely work, boys. Lovely work. And they take it quickly. A bit of space out wide here. Damien Phillipser. And there's the 50-22 attempt from him. Just can't get... Oh, no, wait. Oh, he just steps back in as Will Jordan. He's done very well in the end there, but now he wants to run himself. Long pass inside to Bowden Barrett. Here goes Damien McKenzie. The Boks defense is there. McKenzie goes to the boot. Doesn't find touch. Cheslin Colby. Looking for options. Now it starts to put the hammer down. Gets away from Geordie Barrett. Runs it off. Bounces off of Tupa Vai. Imagine being a locker can't tackle a wing. Penalty advantage for the Boks. And there's the penalty. Come on, man. Let's go, boys. Let's go. And Cheslin Colby is down. Well, this has been a proper start. A proper start to the half. Okay, and that's a last warning about scuffles and the likes off it. NFS saying, keep it simple, Boks. You got this, Craig Morgan. As he's saying, hammer time. I mean, Tupa Vai. That is not... Come on. That's a yellow card. That is a yellow card. Have a go. He has not tried to... He's not tried to make a tackle. He's literally just done this. And you can't do that. And he's injured a player. That is a card. And all of a sudden, we might have to see Grant Williams on the wing because we ran out of wings. Because Tupa Vai, who's a flippin' even Etzebeth from Timu, thinks, I don't know where he gets this whole I'm a big, hard enforcer attitude from. He's taken how long to actually get into a starting lineup? And after the game, he was suddenly going to have the last time that South Africa lost 2 consecutive tests was 2022. How's that for a stat? I was actually talking about that in the build-up. Well, Cheslin Kolbe's up, but I think he's off. Or is he going to be able to continue? What's going on here? Is Grant Williams on? I'm trying to see. Yeah, Grant Williams is on. I mean, yeah, no arms tackle whatsoever. Just drops the shoulder. Again, this could be an HIA because he's walking and he's up. So maybe a bit of an... We're taking the points here. This is an interesting decision. Not sure it's the right decision. Towards the halfway mark here. Is that... Well, he's 2 from 2 so far with Monty Liebach. Needs to nail this. He nails this and we can start to really build that lead. He's hit it well. It's going straight. Yep, no issue. He picks up the T and says, thank you very much. He struck that beautifully. Come on, Marnie. Cook. Cook, cook, cook. Come on, what it would do for Marnie if we win this game under his guys would be massive. To come on the bench, come off the bench whilst we're losing, by the way, and to guide us to a win would be huge for Marnie. And he's gone 3 from 3 off the tee. Cooper's right, lifts it high in the air. Ethan Hooker, by the way, has swapped wings. He's gone to the right wing, and he's won that back, gone backwards. At least he's popped it up. Marks has dived on that, done very well there. Ball available for Kubus Rydak. So Ethan Hooker's gone to the right wing. Grant Williams is on the left wing, where he has played before. He actually started there during the World Cup on the left wing. So he's not unfamiliar to playing on the wing as Grant Williams, but not ideal to have 4 backline injuries. And to be fair, you can't even talk. This is why we didn't go to a 6-2 split or a 7-1. We would be really struggling. Ethan Hooker giving chase. Ethan Hooker takes it brilliantly. Small things starting to just fall the Boks way at the moment. And you've got to ride this confidence, ride this passage of play. Liebach, thinking about it, goes himself. Good work. Saw the All Black defense coming up quickly. Decided to hold on to the ball. Snyman pops it up to Willemse. Willemse goes to that little trademark grabber through. Just puts the All Blacks back inside their own half. Now we're playing a bit of a territory game. All starting to click together. This is good. This is really, really good. What's not good is the fact that we haven't got to our 600 likes yet, people, and over 3,000 people watching. Surely that should be able to take care of itself. Barrett goes deep. Ethan Hookers have to go back and fetch this. Damien Willemse picks it up. Damien Willemse kicks this up and will give chase. And they knock it backwards to the All Blacks into the hands of Burden Barrett. Long pass out wide to Billy Proctor. Gets away from Jasper Wiese. Does not get away from Damien Willemse. Makes a half tackle. Pops it up to Jordy Barrett. Up against the touchline. Huge tackle coming from Jasper Wiese. But there was a knock on. We'll take the scrum. Right, people, what are we thinking so far in terms of the new look backline, which has had to change so many times? Updated Fassi in the boot. That does not look good at all. Marlis van der Merwe up. One of the few players who's not on yet. I'm sure we'll see a Quacker Smith on as well. Very, very soon. Golza says, watching New Zealand commentary, and this one, New Zealand complaining about SFR play, this complaining about New Zealand foul play. It's funny how each side interprets. Yeah, I mean... You can, and that's the big thing, isn't it? It's you can kind of go both ways. I think that Tupou via tackle was terrible. I think, and there's the free kick at the scrum time. And all starting momentum now with the Boks, but you've got to ride it. You got to ride that momentum, and you got to keep hammering away. So Boks now probably just going to put this up in the air. He does do that. Launches it pretty deep. And it might just be too deep. Yeah, the wind got behind that and Geordie Barrett took. It's not a terrible result, to be honest. Geordie Barrett will now kick back to us. And we go all the way back to where we were. We've got the line out. So it's not a terrible result in all. Needs to be a bit more contestable, that from Marnie. But you know what? He's playing well. I'm going to keep him. Let him keep operating, yeah. 17 points to 10. I feel like we need to score the next try. Bit of a contest the line out. It looks like we've actually lost it. So the line out woes return. Malcolm Mark's not happy about something. Wallace to TT. Now Christie. Rare All Black possession. And Geordie Barrett hammers us in the air. That's also gone quite deep. David Willems underneath it. Goes through his hands. Backwards is the call. Leroy Carter now on it. Christie to the left-hand side. That's Fletcher Newell's just come on. Bullets up out towards lots of space out wide. Peter Steph Toy coming to cover. Tubo Vi gets hammered by Peter Steph the Toy. Andre Estes over. Surely. How was it not? Back to Will Jordan. Stationary. Fletcher Newell. Tackle coming from the two props. Back to Bowden Barrett. He goes short. Takawao. They've beaten the first defender. Will Jordan slices through. And they can't hold on. Knock on over there. Turnover ball here. Cheap as me. I tell you what, the pass goes to hand. They do score. Somebody earlier said that Will Jordan hasn't scored his try. And Will Jordan always seems to do something against us. He always seems to click. It wasn't the best pass, to be honest. This game's still very much on a knife edge. People, thank you for the like stream. We're finally past the 600 likes. I reckon we get to 1,000 likes, to be honest. I think we need to keep operating here. Same with the subscribers. You know, I think we can get up to 95,000 subscribers in the stream. We just need less than 400. So please do keep smashing the like button. Please keep subscribing as well. Jumping in the chat here. Let's get the conversations going here. Christopher says, momentum without points is like a braai with no meat. I love that. It's a good chat, Christopher. Very good chat. Nevin Oliver said, we need another one so they can gain more confidence. Yeah, we do. We need a bit of... We need a bit of a distance here. We need distance between us and them. So another try would be a big help in that regard. It's gone down, and there's the penalty. Thank you very much. Penalty, thank you. Kick this further, take the line. Let's keep building that, boys. Let's keep building this. Very interested to see what our player ratings look like that. All right, Marty just needs to find touch here. Nothing fancy. Not much of an angle to work with. Up towards the 10 meter line. We move that, and let's get this going. Let's get going. D Will saying this nail biting. Hope we can hold it together. Yeah, you and me both, Chief. I can't do another winless weekend. Brent says let's have a break for the nerves. Yeah, listen. I think a door break would be a great idea. Unfortunately, mine are in a completely different building. So if I go for a door break, you guys aren't going to get any coverage for a few minutes, and we're going to stay on you. Stay on you. Good line that from Marcus Neyman. Reinach goes short to Khaleesi in the midfield. Big carry from him. Reinach just taking his time. Goes to Marnie. He goes to the boot. Dane McKenzie smashed in the tackle. Hammered back though. Christie to the right hand side. Tupo Vi. Christie goes back to Bowden. He's going to go to the boot. Contestable. Also quite deep. Willems running onto it. Knocked forward from Geordie Barrett. Into the hands of Spear Step the Toy. Should be a knock-on advantage. Nothing says the referee Goes to the right as Reinach. Goes short to Willemse. Willemse stepping away from one. Ball over the top to Ethan Hooker. That's really inventive and really good. I don't think there was any release there from Artie Sylvia, but he doesn't have to, apparently. Bowden Barrett, long pass out to Damien McKenzie. McKenzie with a bit of a fumble. Wallace to TT now. Gets across to Malcolm Marks as well as Grant Williams. Grant Williams does very well to roll. All Blacks with possession inside their own half. Back to McKenzie at first receiver. He goes short to Marty Williams. Christie now. Bowden Barrett, chip over the top, but scrambling is Esterhazen. In fact, it's Jasper Wiese. He's done brilliantly there, Jasper Wiese, to get back, read the bounce, and take it. Very, very good work there from the number 8. He's had a really strong game. And a knock-on, apparently. Reinach again. That's his third time. Gotta get better there. Cannot afford to have those knock-on. That's the third time he's knocked it on at the ruck. Cost us a try the first time. Wade says, after the first All Black try, I thought we were in trouble. Achuma says, Springboks don't lose 2 times in the same team. 100%, all that. Neil says, 3,130 watching, only 713 likes. Be nice and like the stream, guys. 100%. 100%. There's a couple of chats earlier I missed. Angelique saying, rugby girls just want to have fun. Go, book. I love that. But, yeah, let's go to over 1,000 likes, people, surely. Wallace TT at the back of the scrum. Picks up and goes. Pops it short to Geordie Barrett. Big tackle there coming from Jasper Wiese. Referee's happy with it. He says, no, he put him down all right. He's just a big man. Barrett steps back inside. Christie, quick ball to Leroy Carter. Good tackle coming from Grant Williams. Finley Christie. Barrett. Slightly indecisive. Billy Proctor makes a half gap. Gets up and goes again. Eventually the tackle comes from Kobus Reinach. Finley Christie now goes to Bowden Barrett. Very open, very opportunistic there from the All Blacks, but a good defense from the Boks. Inside ball from Will Jordan. Back to Marty Williams, who runs into them. This will be slow ball here from the All Blacks. Scott Barrett now this time. The captain. And penalty, and that's Jan Hendrik Wessels going off his feet there. Once again, having words with the captains, about the off-the-ball stuff. John says, Welshman driving home from holiday in Italy through beautiful Switzerland at the moment, listening and loving the totally biased commentary. Yeah, well, come on. Come on, lads. We're not here to support the All Blacks. We're not here to try and bring them in the game. Going for the line here are the All Blacks. Come on, man. Throw man in the air. Compete. Just compete. What's the worst that can happen? They score. I mean, they can score anyway. We must have about 16 handling errors, and I think Kobus Reinach must have about 10 of them himself. Right, Siya Kolisi makes way. Kwaka Smith onto the park. What a good game that is from Siya Kolisi. Really good work from him. McAllister finds his line-out jumper. Penalty for the Boks, though. Obstruction is the call. There it is. Get in. Where's Dubavai? Find him. Find him and chat to him. Yeah. Get into his face. Tammans saying, so far, so good. Ricardo says, tell that Welshman to learn how to play rugby. That's a bit harsh, unless you're saying because his national side needs him. Because they probably do need him. Right, 17 points to 10, people. All Blacks scoreless at the moment. Marty Liebach goes to his left boot and finds touch just short of the 10-meter line. Yeah, clearly obstruction. Wallace sitting clearly in front of the man. Pretty easy call in the end, but well done from Nika Amashikeli to spot that. Far too many times that does happen, but we don't get it. Tim Dunn says, sitting in London following scenes, the Boks are giving it 110% today after a few subpar weeks. I mean, it hasn't been flawless. There's been mistakes, but I don't think you can... And there's Kwagga Smith in his first carry, making yards, getting past people. There's actually a stat that no one has committed more defenders than Oxenchair and Kwagga Smith on the carry. Basically, as soon as they get the ball, there's always two defenders that go for it. Ethan Hooker now giving chase on the box kick. Ethan Hooker coming away with it as well. He's coming to his own this half under the high ball. Reinach, flat, Wessels, Liebok, long pass out wide on the bounce to Esterhuizen. Esterhuizen steps away from one, steps inside, ball over the top to Kane Moody. Long pass out wide to Grant Williams. Let Grant Williams cook. Look at the pace from Grant Williams. Steps inside. Ball back to Damien Willemse. Willemse goes to the boot. Kane Moody can't hold on. Goes out. Goodness me, that would have been spectacular. There it is, off the back of line out. And it's the silky skills here, boys. The soft skills. Where's this been? Where's this been? John K says, drinking water is supposed to be a cold beer and snacking on biltong. We'll have to get that ready for the women's game, won't we? I've just been up since 5 in the morning, so haven't really had the time to get involved. But yeah, I'll tell you what, we win today, and beers for the Boks. Beers for the Boks. Right, people, I've just put a link over there. Make sure you go and start registering for my picks for the player ratings show. That'll start immediately after this game. It's a 5-minute line, by the way, for the All Blacks. 17 points, 10, 20 minutes left on the clock. Still feel we've got to try and score next year. But this has been a much improved performance, despite still lots of errors. Make sure you come and join the player rating show after this as well. It's a lot of fun. Ruan Nokia goes up, and Ruan Nokia takes it brilliantly, and he goes himself, actually. How good is that from Ruan Nokia? Yannick Wessels, pick up and go! Yannick Wessels has to go, just short. Kwagga Smith is digging for it. Kwagga Smith wants to go. Go down, good defense up from the All Blacks. Reinach, Liebok, Willemse slightly behind him, but he still goes through Willemse. Damien Willemse is back, and he's over, boys. Come on! Look at the celebration. There it is. They criticized him and said he wasn't good enough. My goat is on the score sheet. That is huge. Stolen line from Ruan Nokia. Big carry. And then Damien Willemse, it wasn't the best passing body, actually, slightly behind him. But the man just cooks. The man just cooks. Actually made us run a bit early to Damien Willemse. It gets between two. Rises the tackle. Bang. Straight over. 14-point lead incoming. I mean, Damien Willemse on his day is one of the top 5 best players in the world. I have no issue saying that. In fact, I said that for a while. He is a future player of the year if he stays fit. You get him close to the game. That is 3 players that have been able to stop him there. And it's the slap on the cheek. Come on, man! Let's get this going, boys. Let's get this going. 24 points to 10. I think that's Marnus van der Merwe coming onto the park. The final substitution, and he's one of my favorite players. One of the players I'm most excited about. Jasper Wiese. I mean, I tell you what, I would put Jasper Wiese in the running for man of the match. I think he's been absolutely sensational. Show over the top. It's not the best kick, but Ethan Hooker's there once again. Bounces back towards into the hands of Wilco Low, who's still going as Wilco Low. 12-ton truck. Nice hands. Peter Steph the toy. Reinach, quick ball. Willemse puts the kick in behind. Will just run out. It's not a bad decision. To be fair, it's exactly kind of the point. He's basically put the kick in behind to drive them back. And if it does hold up, there's a man running on. Oh, it's just... Ball over the top from the All Blacks. And now Mr. Kelly's gone down. And Willemse goes, oh, hang on. That's just outside of 22. Mr. Kelly was down. Everything was happening. I mean, that's my man of the match right there. Man of the match. Ball over the top from Mikasa is awful. And Marnus van der Merwe bullets it into Kwaka Smith. There was no need for that, Marnus. And that's the version I was very excited about. Will Jordan now goes deep. And retreating is Damon. Oh, I tell you what, that's had a hard bounce. This will be a scrum back in the 22. Big shout out. Pan says, love your passion. Keep up the great content. Thank you. We finally have somebody in the Rusty's Coach's Corner. As you can see, that's what happens when someone sends a super chat. Your name goes to Rusty's Coach's Corner. You become a top coach. Big shout out to you. And welcome to JP. Well, we've got a couple of gifts being mentioned. It's all happening in the chat. Gifting the memberships out. We're all moving out here, boys. And keep that likes going up. Surely we can get to 1,000 by the end of the stream. Early Christmas here. JP handing out the gifts like Damian Willemse is handing out points out there. Those are Marnie Liebach assists. Just wang. Come on, lads. Scrum outside the 22. Take the penalty. Go to the corner. Bonus point win is on here, boys. That's another next thing. One more try. Bonus point win. We will go joint top of the log. And I genuinely think after that, if we get a bonus point win and the All Blacks get nothing, advantage us for the Rugby Championship. But we lose the scrum penalty. That is massively disappointing. And it's on Wilco Low of all people. Tamati Williams. This time we get it wrong. So penalty, you can see there on the box. 50 minutes left. Come on, boys. That fourth try is huge. All right, here comes Duplessis Karifi, named after a South African. And we're back on the subscriber train, yeah, people. Surely, yeah, when I finish the stream, we've got to be at 95,000 subscribers. Got to be at over 1,000 likes. We do contest. We win the line out. Peter Stifter toy this time. That's why he's the best player in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Cobus. Good contestable here. Who's going to give chase? Grant wants it. Off he goes. Grant Williams is giving chase. He's absolutely rapid. Good tackle from Will Jordan. But I'll tell you what, it's knocked forwards. Come on, scrum pass. That's a brilliant chase. The All Blacks under all the pressure here. The Boks relentless. Just suffocating them at the moment. Suffocating them. And let's keep it going here, boys. Surely this can... A bonus point win today would be absolutely huge. Yeah, Kenny Moody shouting in the face of Will Jordan. That's what Tupavai gets you. Come on, boys. Big time. You score that fourth try. Now I'm all about the bonus point try here. As I said, if we win this with a bonus point, I genuinely think all of a sudden we go to being favourites for the Rugby Championship. Because we don't have to go to Argentina. We've got Argentina in Durban. And we've got them in Twickenham, where we've got a fantastic record. So this is potentially tournament changing. But we've got to get that bonus point try. That's a nice little pass, Moody. That's a tell you what, done brilliantly as Damian Willemse. But the ball's gone forward to the All Blacks. But terrible pass from Kane and Moody. Damian Willemse on the floor managed to grab it. It was a good pass there from Marnie Liebach, just holding it so that Moody could run onto it. Burden Barrett will kick this deep. Can't find touch, though, directly. This needs to be careful. This is We're going to get there back there as Grant Williams pops it up short to Ethan Hooker. Ethan Hooker won't kick. He'll run this. And he gets away from a couple of people. Ethan Hooker's got a bit of space. Look at the pace of Ethan Hooker. He's eventually brought down past Timmy line. What a game Ethan Hooker has had. Goodness me, that could be career defining. Liebok goes short to Willemse. Was looking at options. Gets across to make the clean as well. Good work that from Moni Liebok. Jasper Wiese now. 12 minutes left. Come on, boys. Moody. Short to Esthuizen. Esthuizen holds it. Twisting the tackle. Still going. Yeah, I would love to see how many tackles the All Blacks have missed. It's not going to be a pretty sight, that. Liebok to the cross kick towards Pierre-Steph du Toit on the bounce. He picks it up. He's been kicking on the air. Pops it up towards Kwagga Smith. Come on. There's the bonus point. Write them off, I dare you. Write this Bok team off and look what they can do. Moni the Chef Liebok. Ethan Hooker, this is what's been so amazing. The young players that have stepped up today. Ethan Hooker has been brilliant. Kane Moody has been really good. Dane Willemse, sensational. But Mani has come on and coped with all the pressure. A couple of mistakes here and there. You're always going to get those. And then Kwagga Smith with the follow-up to Pierre-Steph du Toit. He pops it off the ground. Over we go. Kick to come to make this a 21-point advantage. All the talks about the Boks are fading and, this team is done. All those talks, all those chats. Check that scoreboard. Come on, Liebok, just 5 from 5. Imagine 5 from 5. Just pulls it slightly. It's so frustrating. I would love to have gone to a 5 from 5. Somebody even said a Monty Pollard comment earlier. Kwagga Smith, the follow-up play is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. People, surely we can get 120 likes for the Boks. Surely we can get some more members for the Boks. For the lads. They go short, but Pierre-Steph du Toit is there. Last 10 minutes. 29 points to 10 with the bonus point. More importantly, All Blacks without the bonus point at the moment. And you know what the funny thing is? We talked about Tony Ball. It doesn't work. This player ready show is going to be fun. After last week's really, really negative one, I think we're in for a fun time here. McKenzie caught on the ball. Marnus van der Merwe over there. Marnus van der Merwe. What did I say? What have I been saying? If you've been watching the channel, I've been saying this guy's so good at the breakdown. Wins the breakdown penalty. Take the 3 points. Why not? Go to the corner. Best rugby championship ever. No, Raver says, listen, Liebok needs to miss at least one game to keep on practicing. Fair. That puts him back on the training ground. Going for the corner. Look at the confidence from the Boks here. Look at the confidence. That's what I like to see. Welcome, Pan, to the Vera Sports Members Club. You see, you get a little animation there. Your name on the back of a Bok jersey. It's been a long time doing that, by the way. So shout out to the people that have been getting involved. Don't know why my membership goal is not working. That's a bit frustrating. That's a bit weird that it's not working. I think if I save it, it might actually update properly. Maybe that's just why. But yeah, we've actually close to about 212 now after today. So shout out to all you people. Actually, it's a good question. I'm actually not sure who's been the captain. My guess would be Pierre-Steph. And then we lose the line out. Marnus, how do you do it from doing such a good thing to such a bad thing? Bowden Barrett finds touch. It's a great kick as well. Well, it shows you our line isn't just a Michael Marks problem. It's apparently just a general problem. People are going to pin the player ratings link. And I want you guys to get there and start rating the players here. We've got 8 minutes left, but you can pretty much still kind of give them a bit of a rating. Lifted does Liebok, More to the point, go get registered and stuff. Kenny Moody up there. Kenny Moody taking it phenomenally up the air once again. The aerial battle has just changed this game. Jasper Wiese thought about going, gets away from one. Still going as Jasper Wiese. What a game he's had. Pick up and go from Kwagga Smith. Relentless from Kwagga Smith. Ball available for Koos Reinach. Goes to Arceus Nemo. Arceus Nemo with the line. And Arceus Nemo goes over. This is becoming a drubbing, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, boys. Arceus Nemo gets his try. I tell you what, I cannot believe how we have turned this around. I cannot believe it. I tell you what, this has been a performance for the ages. It really, really has. To have made those calls. And to be fair, what did everybody say? What did everybody say? And actually, you know what the annoying thing is? I called us 29-21. So now we've actually gone away from it. But what did we all say? We all said we reckon we could win by 30. We could lose by 30. Well, we are now winning by 26. So it's properly impressive. But let me get my player ratings link up, and then you guys must go and register on my picks, and let's get those ratings going, because that show's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, a bit of a messy kickoff, and all of a sudden come away with this cream to pie. No, don't concede, though. Don't concede. And the members are flocking in. People, welcome to the members club. Just putting the player ratings there. And they go to the left-hand side. Kuntupai, awful pass into the touch. But penalty for offside is the call. People, there is the link to go and rate the players. Go get their rating. And welcome to the Fair Sports team, Goose, who's been put inside centre. It's a random draw there. But welcome, Goose. You've been added to the inside centre channel for the Boks. You and Andre Esterhazen. Damon Willemse is also vying for that. And a shout out for Pan for another super chat saying, where was this team last week? You're asking the right questions, my man. You are asking the right questions. Oh, women, I actually don't know. To be fair, Pan could be gender neutral for all I know. You're asking the right questions, though. But a big shout out to all the people who have become members and who have donated and supported the stream. Your guys' support makes this possible, and we still got a couple to go to 200, less than 250 over to the side. And well, Jordan, well, somebody said it. He's lost it before. He's put it down before. I don't think that's a try. I think he's put it down before. I think he's grounded this before the line. I think it's a short, actually, from Will Jordan. I mean, somebody said he still has to go score his try. He always does. But I genuinely think he's actually short here. He reaches for it. He's well short. That's bizarre. He knows it as well. If there was ever somebody I would have bet my house on, if I had one, maybe a couple more super chats so I can go buy one, but I would bet my house on Will Jordan from this year scoring the try. It's a good tackle from Grant Williams, but he's over. And he goes to slam it down, and he's just put it short. That is absolutely bizarre. I can't believe he's done that. I cannot believe he's done that. And there are yellow seats. Oh, that's a big scrum. Volker Low working his way through. Kwagga Smith breaks with the back. Always at such a good impact as Kwagga Smith. Arceus Neyman, long pass out to Moin Liebach. Taking no chances. To the corner he goes. Can I just point out, I actually forgot to change our polls because we just got so excited as things went in. We had over 10,000 people voting on the poll. Shout out you people. Shout out you. Shout out to all the people who have liked. We need 6 more to 1,000. Shout out to all the people that have subscribed as we close in on that 95,000 mark. Finley Christie. And Liebok almost ran straight onto that. Couldn't hold on to that. And knock-on advantage is the call here. Back inside the All Blacks territory. Cross kick from Bowden Barrett towards ball back inside into the hands of Caden Mooney though. Back to Peter Steph the toy. Peter Steph the toy just short of the 22. Advantage was over, so this is clean ball for the Boks. Quacker Smith working hard under pressure from Finley Christie. Ball eventually available. Cobus Ryan does appear. Visa at first receiver. Phillips fires out to Mani Liebok. Liebok's got the pace. Wants to grab it to himself. Not sure why his advantage. He called a grabber, Mr. Ref. Will Jordan cuts back inside. Long pass to the end. Nobody really wants it. Eventually, Ship and Chase coming from Artie Sava. He wants to do it all himself, but he does almost regather. Ruben Nokia picks it up, takes the hit. Knock-on advantage, I think, for the Boks. Just slow things down here, Grant. Let's go to the left-hand side. Liebok fires out to Damien. Damien, this is where he's been so good. Damien, you see the space. He saw Tamani Williams. He's going to mince him. Brings them to Caden Moody. Caden Moody steps back inside. Caden Moody goes back to Andre Esterhazen. Esterhazen strolls over. How easy is that, boys? Into the 40s. This is, look at the coaching staff. Look at the coaching staff. Look what it means to everybody. This is simply sensational. $30 with a kick to come. What did we say about getting to that 30 margin? I cannot actually believe what this has been. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Goose saying he's such a proud Springbok supporter watching from England. Massive shout out to you, Goose, for becoming a member. And I think aren't we all, well, not from England, but such proud supporters after that. The coaching staff losing their shit. And subscribers, people, we need 250 to get to 95,000. Slowly going up. So if you have not subscribed, go and subscribe. If you've not, smash the like. Smash the like. And if you've not become a member, consider becoming a member. Oh, and Mani Liebok has just slotted it from the left-hand corner as well. Oh, this player ratings is going to be childish. Absolutely childish. As somebody says, showed him Mani, says Norris. What a moment for Mani Liebok to come off the bench when we're down and to walk off the pitch 43-10 up. Look at that performance. 43 points to 10. That is absolutely incredible. People are going to move straight into our player rating show. Don't hang around. Come and join us over there. We basically give all the players a rating between 1 and 10. And it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. We got to vote for man of the matches, for example. We got to get all of that sorted. So make sure you come and join us in that player rating show. You don't have to do anything. This stream will redirect you to that. And as Jan says, every time I don't do Watchalong with Forever Sports, the Boks lose. So there we go. We've now got the winning formula. Speaking of winning formulas, 42 points to 10. Phenomenal scenes over in Wellington. We'll see you at the player ratings very, very shortly. Thank you and see